noticed the timer just ran out. Hang on, give me 1 sec, guys. I'm finishing something real fast. I promise I'm getting started. Why this no work? Ah, dang it. Oh well. Fine. This is fine. Everything is fine. What's up, everybody? Happy Easter. Try to check something real quick. Hey, Samaria, what's up? Oh god, my computer's doing everything wrong. So I engaged a cheater battle in THM leagues and lost today. My competition started to gain points unreasonably fast. I checked the last rooms, all challenges with the big numbers of points, which was assessed to be completed too fast. Decided to copy pasta answers from same challenges from the walkthrough in last half hour, and still lost first place. Oh man. Hey Banky, what's up, man? Yeah, man, we had a pretty good day today. Went to church this morning. I went and visited my dad because he's in the hospital again. So, just that was the news I was talking about from yesterday that I wasn't quite ready to mention yet. But he's doing all right. And then I spent time with family today, so it was a very good day. It's nice to get to see all of them because sometimes I don't get to see a couple of them, but like once a month. So to get to go spend a whole day with them together was really nice. Hey, Eves, what's up? Yeah, I'm glad you were able to shop in too. Yeah, so my dad has congestive heart failure, and he's just been battling with that for the last 4 or 5 years now. And so it's just, thankfully it's not very severe, but they did see some stuff and they're keeping him overnight. So I was checking on him, making sure he was okay. But other than that, it was a pretty chill day. Just, like I said, spending time with family, which was nice. Hold on, I gotta move this fan real quick, because it is unreasonably hot. There we go. My office fan was pointing in the absolutely wrong direction. And good news, I did actually charge up the Apple Pencil, so I can do my little fancy diagrams again. I wanted to take a look at something in the code real quick while I was thinking about it. I was trying to decide if the validator node, I think, should be fairly reusable code. So I don't want to do it necessarily in each of these. But I'm still trying to debate where in the workflow I want to put it. It kind of makes the most sense to maybe put it into Stinger, because Stinger is the one that should be validating it. But the current workflow is the recon agent is going to go through every task it's assigned and then return those back. So if we wanted to really kind of break this down, the idea would be we would probably want to modify the task list or modify this in some way that, hey, when we hit the recon agent, if it has a task that's completed, go ahead and go to recon handoff, let that go back up to Stinger, and then have it look at it. Because I don't want to run through like a list of tasks each time. I want Stinger to be organizing and kind of, managing it. That's what Stinger is, so, right? So if we come back over to Stinger here, Stinger is kind of like the organizer of this. So there's a couple nodes before here, but this is really the whole Stinger agent here. And then it calls recon and enumeration. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, thankfully he's doing all right. I went to go check on him the first day after I got the call. He was going back into the hospital and talked to the doctors. Thankfully, his doctor was actually on call at the hospital, so that helped out a ton. And yeah, they said it's not bad, but it's enough that they would just want to keep him in the hospital for a couple of days. So if you're not familiar with congestive heart failure, typically what happens is your body begins to retain fluid in basically the sac where your heart and your lungs sit. So it'll start filling up, and then that extra pressure makes it hard to breathe, makes it hard for the heart to work. That's what it is. So it causes like congestion in there. So what they do is they generally give something like Lasix and just let him pee off the excess fluid. The problem is that fluid then has to get processed by your kidneys, so then you can't just give them a shit ton of Lasix and expect it to just all come off, because then you can wreck the kidneys. So they've got to kind of do a bit of a balancing act. And so that's why they admitted him and are keeping him overnight, so they can keep a very close eye on all those levels as he's doing so. Hopefully he'll be coming home tomorrow. What's the project you're working on? I mean, what's the problem that you're trying to solve? So the problem I'm trying to solve is actually a little bit different from what this program is doing. So this program is going to use calls to an LLM, an agent. Like in this case, I'm using Claude 3.7, and its job is to try to direct the AI, these AI messages, so that it can reason and solve CTF challenges. So, like for example, this Try Hack Me challenge here, very basic one. Goes through, has you do some simple reconnaissance, getting code execution on the machine through a web shell, and then doing privilege escalation. So this is a fairly simple example. However, there's a lot of steps that go into this and a lot of pre-understanding and reasoning that goes into it. So that's what the program is going to do. In actuality, the goal of this project is, one, to help me become a better developer, because I can read a lot of different languages. You probably name the language and I can read it, except for Rust. Rust is evil. But two, actually, we're still on the one point, I don't know how to write code from scratch very well. So this is an exercise in helping me become a better developer. So I picked Python because that's what LangChain and LangGraph are written in. And Python's kind of very popular around information security as far as tooling and some other things. So that is actually the first thing that this was originally intending to solve, was helping me become a better developer. The second thing is I'm a professional penetration tester and red teamer during my day job. So I'm trying to understand how companies might be trying to put some of these AI systems into production. So if I don't understand that, I don't know how to attack it. So I'm a big proponent of build it before you break it, with some caveats in there. So that was that's the second main point of this. The third one is I'm trying to build this in such a way that as I learn new pieces of information, so for example, I still have James Forshaw's Windows Security Internals book. As I go through that, I want to be able to take that information and incorporate it like into the exploitation or post-exploitation agent. Be able to bring that stuff over into it. And for example, actually the next thing I've got on my docket is Azure security, because there's lots of cool ways to abuse Azure, especially if a client has a hybrid environment, which a lot do, where you've got Active Directory on premises, and then you've got Azure Active Directory, and you've got the two linked together. Or even if it's federated. So taking those ideas and then bringing them over into this program will be the kind of like the next step. So I'm trying to make this as large of a framework as possible, so that when I want to go slot in new code and features and ideas, it will be doable. So those are the three main objectives to this. Playing the CTFs is just a convenient way to have access to a wide array of different objects in here. Eventually, I don't expect this to ever play the hard capture the flag games. The reason for that is because some of them, the exploits get fairly esoteric and they get fairly pinpointed. Like there's some where you literally have to go write, like a client-side buffer exploit for a JavaScript engine in Chrome that's been patched, but it still exists because it's part of the CTF. Stuff like that, not too keen on. But actually getting a foothold, moving laterally through systems, that is something I'm very keen on. And so we're going to go through these various steps, think about the problem, and continuing expanding it. That way we can eventually have it do those kind of multi-turn systems. I can think about how this is being written, what's being done. I can see you're motivated and goal-oriented, envious. Motivated is a funny thing, because a lot of people say, I wish I was more motivated. Motivation is not what carries you. I liken it to motivation is your acceleration. It just kind of gets you up to speed. But once you're up to speed, motivation wanes. So what I tell everybody is, at that point, you've got to form a disciplined approach, which is, hey, here's what I'm doing and kind of here's how I'm doing it. And then keep that going. That's what kind of keeps your speed going. So motivation is your acceleration to get up to speed, and then your discipline is what actually keeps you at speed and keeps you moving forward. Because honestly, guys, there's some days like I don't want to even turn on the stream, and I know that as soon as I turn on the studio lights and I hit the go live button, it's a completely different thing. I don't worry about like, oh, do I really want to stream tonight? I could go do this. I start making every excuse possible. My brain tries to kick me back into nice, comfy mode. No, no, don't stress yourself. No, look at this. Look at this little shiny distraction over here. Oh, look at this little shiny distraction over here. It will do that to you. So you have to maintain that discipline to say, no, this is the schedule I have set for myself so that I can continue to make this progression. I'm glad it makes sense. It's stuff I think about all the time because I'm weird. So I've got two ideas here that I need to think about. Oh, I forgot to bring down the iPad. Hang on a second. Let me bring this down right here. Whoop. Okay. I'm special. That's what my mom always said. You're so special. Let me think about this. So I've got two ideas. So let's think about the validation process. Except for some reason I wrote a W here. So for validation, there's two ideas here. One is we could do it in the agent. And two is we could do it in the supervisor. This one makes the most sense. This one is the easiest to implement, is in the agent side. And it has to do with the way the current workflow happens. So what we could do is we could go from the output formatter, and then we could pass it over to a validator. Now the validator, that actually does make a lot of sense in this case, because when we pass in the state table, the state is going to have, what is it, a list of tasks? Yeah, it's pretty sure it's a list. It's not a dictionary. Because you guys are always teasing me about having so many lists and everything. Let's see. So our task type is a string, and then our stinger state, the task is a list of tasks. Yeah. So it's a task list in here. So what we have is a list of tasks. And the way this currently works is those tasks get assigned to a particular agent, it iterates over them, and it executes each one. So if we do this on the agent side, this becomes real easy, because then as soon as the output formatter hits, we have it go through some kind of validator. The validator can then say, yes, you did answer the question correctly, or you did complete the task correctly. Because the task could be one of two things. It could be like an action, or it could be answering a question, or a combination of the two. So what we would do is we would write a new prompt for this that says, hey, here's what I want you to do. We could still make the validator reusable code. We could go stick it somewhere else in the code base and just import it into the agents. That would be nice and simple. I think one of the things that make the most sense with the agent is the validation process can be unique to each of the agents, right? Validating exploitation is going to be different from validating, hey, did you just scan all the ports on the system? So this has a lot of merit to it. Plus, this also works with the current logic. So for the supervisor, though, this is the more logical approach. Because the supervisor's job is to, hey, just make sure that things are happening back and forth. If we do this, though, we're going to have to modify the logic flow, or modify the task flow. Because right now what happens is each agent just gets a full copy of this right here, which is called the stinger state. So the stinger state will have a list of all the tasks in it. It just finds the tasks that are assigned to it and operates on those. So if we wanted to do that, that would be fine. We just have to modify the task flow. So if we modify the task flow, that's not such a big deal. What we do is we would... Oh, I don't really like doing that, though. Because then we'd have to modify the task flow, and we'd have to create substates. Because one of the good things about having a single state that all the agents use is they have a single set of knowledge. Typically, whenever you're doing stuff like this, where you're passing to other agents, you either have to have a shared set of keys in that dictionary for the state table, or it has to be identical in here. I take any and all feedback, Eves. Yes, it's the royal we, right? Let's see. Well, this does make kind of like the most logical sense where the supervisor wants to make sure that this was done correctly. From a supervisor perspective, this does make sense here. Really, though, the simplest, and I don't know, I say this is the most logical, but the logical is also here in the agent, because the agent should know its job the best, right? The supervisor doesn't... Let's think about this like as a team, right? You've got a manager. The manager might not know what's the latest to do for recon and exploitation and things like that. The agent's job is that. This is the manager, this is the person reporting to the manager. So if you think about it like in that scenario, this person should know how to execute their task and validate that it was done correctly. What's the music? I think if you do ! music in the chat, it does a link to it. Let me see. I can never remember what the command is I set up. I either set up ! music or OST. Ah, it is music. There you go. So that's not the only song that's in there. Actually, I need to go modify that command because there are some other songs from a red team kit. Let me see if I can find that, because actually I need to go update that command. See if I can find it real fast here. Gosh, what was the name of that list? Yeah, here it is. Red Siege tracks. Oh, not here. Hang on one sec. So this is that is most of the music, and that probably makes up about 80 to 90% of the tracks, but here is the other one. And I'll drop a link to it here. But Red Siege tracks. That was the second one. That's also been put in there. Too many redirects. What? Come on. By the way, Eves, I answer any and all questions to the best of my ability. It's saying too many redirects. That's weird. Did they get rid of the tracks? Because I hope not. I don't know why it's getting a too many redirect error. That's literally where I got it from. That's weird. And then we put that in here. Yeah, Red Siege tracks. Update. There we go. Got that updated now. I was curious if someone could make websites believe there's traffic coming from my IPs by simply knowing my IP. A website, not necessarily. So that is what's called IP spoofing. And the way that typically works is like this. So let me clear out this stuff here. So the way IP spoofing works is, let's do a little diagram here. So let's say you got your PC at home, and that is going to be connected to your home router up here. That connects you out to the internet at large. And the way this kind of works, let's say you're trying to access Google. Whenever you come up here and try to connect to this, your internal network here is going to be using something called network address translation. So you're going to be using something like a 192.168.1.0 network. Then your router here is going to do a network address translation. So you have a public IP sitting right here. That public IP is your public address on the internet. You have a lot of private addresses. Your router here essentially just does a little bit of sleight of hand that allows for that traffic to get back to you on the internet. So when you reach out to Google, it doesn't look like Google is talking to 192.168.150 or whatever your IP address inside is. It looks like it's coming from this public address. So, okay, cool. How would that work? Well, you have a couple other things where you can do that. If the internet provider, your ISP, isn't doing proper validation, then if you send a packet sourced from somebody else's public address, it will route to Google. But what happens with the return traffic? The return traffic then routes over to somewhere else. So you cannot complete the transaction, right? You can't actually form a connection. But there are other ways to do that with different types of traffic. Lots of UDP packets will then form these kind of big DDoS attacks. So this is called IP spoofing. And what you're doing is you're just setting the source address for your IP packets to be different from your public address. You don't see that a ton these days. You can do it though. It's entirely dependent on the internet service provider. If they're not enforcing what that IP address source should be whenever it reaches their infrastructure, then yeah, you could completely do that. But the difference is, where does it look like it's coming from? Doing that from some website, yeah, you could in theory do that, except what would happen is you'd hit the web server. So instead of your PC, let's say this was a web server, you went and talked to it, it sees what your public IP address is, and then it starts making spoofed packets out to somewhere else. So yeah, could you do that? Yes. Is it feasible or plausible or even usable? Not particularly. If you're going to be spoofing packets, the only time you would do something like that is, I've seen a couple examples where people will do that, but what they're doing is they're purposely trying to blacklist certain public IP addresses. And I'm struggling to think of a specific example, but that's essentially what they're trying to do. Hey, no worries, man. Yeah, this stuff is my jam. You got questions, I got answers. And if I cannot dazzle you with my brilliance, I will baffle you with my BS. All right, the more I think about this, I think the correct route to go forward is to implement the validation in the agent itself. So I think that's the next step we want to do here. So for example, if we look at Recon is always like our testing thing when we want to add new features. So instead of the output formatter going up to the Recon agent, there's two ways we could do this. I think the best solution is actually go from output formatter over to... Let me think about this. Yeah, I think the best idea here is from the output formatter, we pass it off to the validation agent, or the validation node. The validation node can then either mark it as validated or leave it in the working state. If it stays in the working state, we can then adjust the logic in the Recon agent that says, hey, if a task is working or if it's new, then we want to execute on it. I got paranoid after a friend told me to modify the host file, supposedly to help me capture data I was getting from a chess website. Oh, that's a different story, Eves. So, let's address that real quick. I'm going to snooze the ads real quick because they're about to pop up. So, your host file is a little bit different. When I say building, it was mostly ChatGPT doing it. Understand, man. Okay, so you're talking about the host file on your computer. So what this does is let's call it local DNS. And so what is DNS? That is the domain name system. So the domain name system is what allows us to type in human-friendly names into a computer and then send it to some address out on the internet. And so typically, like if you want to connect to, let's say, google.com, the computers don't know what google.com is. They're expecting an IP address like 25.123.45.6, something in this range here. So DNS is the public system that allows this to be mapped down to this. Not such a bad deal. So whenever you run through this, the computer actually already has a DNS server set up. It's set up by your ISP more often than not. You could actually change which server you're using for domain system, for domain name resolutions. I have my own DNS server set up at home because I have ad blockers put up on it. So whenever my computers try to resolve the system IP for an ads tracker system, it automatically blocks it. It sends it to a black hole IP address, something with that won't accept connections like 127.0.0.1. Whenever those happen, then it just can't connect to it. It can't talk to it. It gets blocked. There's a step below DNS, which is your host file. Your host file, you can actually put entries in here. So for example, say you had like my cool website, my cool site, and then you could tell it, oh, by the way, this site lives at 192.1. I can't write. This lives at 192.168.3.30. And maybe this is a special server you've got set up that's hosting mycool.site. That's great. So your computer, whether it's Windows or Linux, they both have host files. They will go look at the host file first thing to see, do I know where this DNS name exists? And then it will do the resolution for that. If it cannot find it in the host file, then it actually goes out to the public DNS system in here. So, like I said, a lot of times if you want to intercept some traffic and you know it's happening to a DNS address, you go put that DNS address in your host file, and then whenever your computer's making those DNS queries, you can redirect it to some other computer you've got to capture the traffic. Oh, you can do a lot of damage by modifying the host file. You do want to be careful with it. Yes, you can definitely do damage by modifying the host file. For example, there's a lot of, if you point a lot of, let's say, cloud services that you use, and you point those to a sinkhole, like a server that's not going to be, even just a non-existent IP, I wouldn't say non-existent, but an IP address that's not serving anything, then yeah, you've essentially broken that link in the communication. It can't talk to the server actually hosting the service. So you do want to be careful with your host file. And in fact, there's a lot of offensive tradecraft that I'll do with modifying host files sometime. So if I want to try to blind somebody's antivirus, their EDR, their endpoint detection and response system, what I'll do is I'll find out what EDR they're using. I'll go in and I'll modify the host file, and then I will find out what host name they're using to purport to, and then I will point those to like a local loopback address, something that's not listening with those services, isn't running anything like that. It'll try to connect to it, and then I can essentially work without alerting anybody else in the company for sometimes up to a day. It depends. Eventually, those computers will be seen as, hey, they're not connecting into the management console, so you want to go check on it, and it will send up an alert. But it allows me to work without firing alerts really for a short window. Enough time for me to do what I'm going to do and then get off the system. Let's see. I'm dealing with really shady individuals. I know my IP's out there because I've been sharing screenshots via personal website. Don't understand in the case, so I was opening the links like I would with Imager. Okay. Yeah, be wary of like what links you are clicking, especially like through Discord, because there are some shady things that can happen through Discord. You always want to treat those links as like, I'm technically opening, like, I could be potentially opening some kind of malicious website on the internet. Another thing you would want to take a look at is, like I said, when modifying your host file, they could, if somebody, let's say, oh, hey, let's capture your traffic from this. What if, let me put this scenario to you. You don't necessarily understand what you're doing, and you go through and you modify your host file, and they gave you some IP address, and then you put that into your host file, and now all of a sudden traffic that you would have not wanted exposed is now just being forwarded over to them, to that shady individual. So you do want to be careful with things like that. And also, don't worry about your IP address being out there. There's only X number of them, and they get scanned all the time. There's thousands and thousands of systems out there just constantly scanning the internet. That's exactly what happened. Got it. Yep. So yes, always be wary. Like, if you are reading instructions on anything, on, hey, this is what they're telling me to do, make sure you understand those. I take that a step further in my line of work, because I work with exploit code a lot of times. So I don't run exploit codes or like, let's call them cybersecurity tools, without reading the code in them first, because I need to know exactly what they're doing. If you're executing code on a computer or making changes to it, you would definitely want to know what those changes are doing. I had a buddy that he would write what's called a proof of concept for exploits, which is, it does do the exploit, but it doesn't really get you a lot by doing it. It's more like just demonstrating that the exploit worked. He would do that, and the proof of concept would work, but then at the very end of the script, he'd have a line in there to just delete your hard drive. And so it's very obvious, it's not hidden, but he put it in there specifically to punish people that don't read code before they execute it. Let's see here. Yeah. Yeah, he's a jerk, but I love him. He's a good guy. Let me think about this. So eventually what we want from the task here, we do have the optional answer string. I'm thinking about how I want this validator to assess the action and then, like, kind of send it back. I'll let you lock in and reinstall Windows. Do it, man. I can't wait to get my OBS setup off this computer so I can blow it away and do a fresh install of it. All right. Oh, I can take tuple out of here. I'm trying to get rid of some extraneous. Eventually, that'll be a small update I do to this code up on GitHub, is take out the extraneous imports, because I will set them up and then I won't clear them out. Because what I'm taking a look at here is, I'm trying to decide, do I want to... Nah, I think just the answer question would be fine here. I'm thinking I will add something to the output formatter. I'm going to delete this code out because our new in-map structure actually cleaned up a lot of our issues, so we can have a much simpler in-map output structure. Let me think about this. So I want to add a new class here. And what I want to do is, I want to call this the task answer. That's what I'm going to do. And so this will be off of a Pydantic base model. No, not a T-base model. There we go. And then what we're going to do with this is, it's going to have two things. It's going to have, actually just two things. We're going to have a question in here. And the question is going to be a string. We'll set that as a Pydantic field with a description of the question or task being addressed, And then we'll have one more thing in here. We'll have an answer, and this will be also a string, and we'll set that to another pydantic field. And the description for this one will be answer should be int because it's always 42. Ha! I see what you did there. Hey, man, what's up, man? Happy Sunday. Hope everybody's having a fantastic Easter. Hope you're able to go spend it with some friends and family. We had a really good day today. I'll tell you what's funny is, so I got home and then I was just wiped because I didn't get a lot of sleep last night. I was trying to do some stuff to kind of like help for the stream last night. And so I didn't go to bed till very late. Had to get up early and run because, you know, Easter Mass, you always got to get there early just to get a parking spot. And so that was the scenario. So I was trying to rush this morning. Didn't get a lot of sleep last night. So as soon as we got home, I crashed out and took a nap. My son comes in and wakes me up. And I look at the time on my watch. And I'm like, oh crap, did I sleep all night? Am I just now waking up? No, it was... I thought it was the morning. I thought I had slept like 12 hours. Because that actually happened to me last Saturday. All right. So this is our question being asked, and then we want our answer. So how do I want to describe the answer? Answer to the question. I could just put it like this. NA if they're... NA for no... Let's say here. We look at our task list real quick, like on our example here. So in our example, we have stuff like scan the target, how many ports are open, what version of Apache is running. Okay, I'm just going to leave that as the question being asked. Answer to the question. I'm going to leave it like that because what we're doing is we're slightly modifying it. We're not doing these in the exact order because these are two different, let's call them tasks in TryHackMe, and I just combined them so that they're always questions being run. And I think this will actually work out pretty well because eventually we could have the language model create a list of questions based on what it observes in the environment, right? So we go through and we run it. It says, hey, by the way, I see ports 22, 80, 445, and 3389 open. And then we could have the language model say, okay, cool, here's questions of information I want to know about those ports or whatever. Great. Okay, cool. We've got new questions. We push those in as new tasks and then bam. So we still want to kind of give it an objective to work towards. This is not going to be bulletproof, but I think it'll be helpful. And then what I want to do is also I want to modify the stinger state. Because now our answer is not going to be optional. It will still be optional, but it's going to be a task answer. Yeah. And the reason I created this task answer output formatter. Let me look at something. Let me put a, I'm going to put a doc note in here. So this is structured output for validator to check if tasks are completed. Actually, I think that'll work out fine because we can always have, we can have it say, hey, we want to do a task and then ask a question about the task to make sure it was completed. Yeah, I think that will work out perfect. Okay. And I use the term perfect very, very loosely. Let me do a couple little housekeeping things here. So this is, let's see. We'll call this the default output format for non-specific tool use. Tool output. And then for GoBuster, we'll put in a nice little doc string here. It will be GoBuster output format. Something just real simple here. And the same thing with this one. This will be our nmap output Input, output. Structured. We'll do the same thing down here. We'll say this is our structured output format. And I don't know why this got used, so let's take that out. We don't need it. Alright, cool. So let me go back over to states. Alright, all of these are bueno. This actually needs to come down. There we go. I'm going to change this to agent. So validated state here is the agent has validated the task was sufficiently complete. So we have 4 states that a task can be in. It can be new, meaning it has not even been touched. Working means it's currently being addressed by the agent. And then we can mark it as completed and validated. I'm not sure when we would mark it as completed. Actually, I do know. We could mark it as completed when it goes over to... Originally, I was thinking that we would have it marked completed after it left the agent, and then it would be validated as it went back up to Stinger. This doesn't cause any issues here. I think it's fine to leave it as is, and we can address it later and kind of bust it back out. I kind of feel like sometimes Python type hints are completely different language. I know, right? I forget about them too, and I mean to use them more, Band, but I forget them because they're completely optional, right? I like them and I hate them at the same time. That's how I feel about all of Rust syntax. I think Rust is very interesting, and I like it and I hate it. Alright, so first thing let's do is let's come back over to... Let's look at the output formatter, because I believe this is actually where we mark the task as completed over here. Yeah, and I think what I want to do is take this out. I'm just going to comment this out for now. Yeah, I'm going to take this part out, and then what I want to do is we're going to add a new node in here before handoff. So what we're going to do is we're going to define the validator, and that'll take in a variable called state of the type Stinger state. All right, so whenever we write these functions, what's going to happen is they're going to get a complete copy of the state table, but it's pass by copy and not pass by reference. So you notice how up here, I'm committing stuff to the state table, but this is the local copy. It doesn't actually get merged into the state table until I return something with some matching keys and data structures. So I'm modifying the local copy in the function, and then I'm returning it back. Hey, Cypher, what's up, man? Happy Sunday and happy Easter, bro. Okay. So for the validator, we're going to have to do a couple of different things in here. Like, we're going to have to make a new prompt. Let me think about this. So the validator's job should be to evaluate and provide critique back to this. I'm thinking about something else in here. Something else we may want to do is on the task, we do have tool output here. I want to make sure this is all getting used appropriately. Let me think about this. I'm trying to decide. Hang on one sec, guys. Hang on, guys. Be right back. I'm back. I thought I heard something. I thought it was my wife calling me. No, that was my youngest son, Honey Badger. Out of bed, light on in the bedroom, waking his brother up. I'm like, get your little butt back to bed. Okay, so what I'm trying to think about here is the validator is going to return some kind of critique to like what we're doing. I want to store that with the task, which I suppose I could drop that back over here. Actually, yeah, we could do that. The tool that we could put here, we could put validator as the tool, like recon validator in this case, and then we could append it to the output list here. Yeah, and then what we could do here is from our task, where was it? No, from our output formatters. When we were here, we could do task answer. So from our task answer, we could, yes, I believe that. Yeah, I think that would work right here. Let's kind of code it together. We'll kind of see what it does here. All right. So validator. You think about the steps I want it to go through. Clear out some space here. We were talking about DNS hijacking. All right. So the validator's job is going to be. We want to send. I don't know why I wrote it like that. So what we want to send is. We want to send task data, and we want to send tool output. And in the prompt, we want to include those. What we want to have is find out can the question be answered from the output? I think that's really just what we want. So the prompt won't be super complex. Really what we need to do is we need to send it the task. So if we look at the task here, our task is just a string. So we could send it that. We send it a... Yeah. Our tools to use and then our output here. And then we'll have the validator be its own tool in this list. And then what we'll do is we'll just append it to the output. I think that would work. Yeah. We'll see. I think if we do it this way and it goes through several iterations, we might run into trouble. One thing that's good about this is we'll know kind of how many tool calls we make against it by just checking the length of the tool list. And so if the tool list gets greater than, like, let's say 4 or 5, we know we probably are starting to hit a dead end. And we might say, okay, we need to bubble this up to the user to prompt for input. Yeah, I think that might be the best way to do that. Not the best way, but a valid way to do it. But there's a difference between writing functional code and the best code. Best is always subject to conditions of optimization. All right, let me take a look at something real quick. So this is our output formatter. If the last message was a tool, we do all this stuff. Otherwise, we just return. Wait, that's only an if statement here. I think this if block actually needs to end. I just realized that I need to go look at something real quick because I'm wondering if our output formatter might accidentally be sending a raw copy of the messages in here. Yeah, because look at this. I'm worried about what's going to happen. So when we return the state table, there's something funny that happens with messages, and that is all the messages we send basically get annotated. They get appended onto the end of the message list. So I think there's actually a logic flaw in here. So I'm looking at this. I think we're getting duplicated messages as we look at this. Hang on. Go pull this up in Langsmith real quick. Actually, here's a great way. So we have 6 messages here. So if we look at here, input for that is actually, let's go to the recon tool out here. We have 3 messages here. So what do we have? We had the human, we had passing to recon, we had a tool call in there. So then after output formatter, what additional messages do we have? Actually, we come back over to recon agent, because this is actually where we're going to see the duplicated messages, because this flaw is potentially in here. Okay, so messages, get a human message. If that human message is duplicated, then we know. Oh wait, no, I forgot. Cool. So there's a little key piece of logic in the backend that the messages have IDs to them. So for example, if I come over, that's not going to work. Like it just copies it. What does it copy though? See something real quick. Yeah, it just copies the message there. Not such a big deal. It'd be better if I could actually look at the messages themselves. I don't know if I necessarily can though from this. Like I don't know if it's saving the. Yeah, we'll be able to see it when it comes in here. But what happens here is each of these messages has an ID. And so if you have duplicates of the IDs, it basically just squashes it. So we're okay to actually do the return messages right here. This is just fine. But I do think actually there's a little bit of a flaw in here where, because what we want to do is we want to check if the last message was like a tool output. So what we want to do is move this in a scope line here. Yep, so now that's part of the if statement. And then we'll put an else in here. So else, we want to return. Let me copy this right here. We'll do messages, and what we'll do is we will just define a new message to add here. So hosts and tasks won't get modified at all. What we'll do is we'll do a new AI message here. Grab something. Where did I put that? Here we go. I want this. Come over here. We're going to say for the message, it's going to be a new AI message. This is going to be from, what do we call this? Recon output formatter? Oh, we just called it output formatter. I probably should adjust the name of it a bit so I can be a bit more clear on it. Say recon output formatter. No tool output. Passing to recon agent. So we're just going to have a basically a little placeholder string in here that says, hey, by the way, there was no tool output for some reason, which should be a big red flag. Like if we see this, it never should have hit the output formatter necessarily. Actually, I guess so. It just if we got some kind of error, that would be fine. Yeah, I think that will be. I'm just noticing all these tiny little bugs in the logic. We'll have to make the same fix over in the enum agent in a minute, but not gonna worry about that. Let's work on the validator for now. Okay, so for the validator, really what we want to set it is the task string and the tool output. So what I'm going to do is, in this case, we're doing it with like a tool parser, but instead we're going to do, it's like we did in Stinger, we're going to do it with the bind, where is it, with structured output. How did I do that? This one right here. Yeah. So what we'll do is we will get us a LLM with structured output, and what we're going to pass into this is, what is this? Task answer. Oh no, undo. Need to do that. There we go. So that's going to be a task answer, and we got to import that. We need to come over and create a new prompt for ourselves. So the next thing we'll need to do is our get stinger prompt. We have our get output format prompt. I think this is the one we will duplicate, the get output format prompt. Yeah, that's what we'll do. So instead of output format prompt, this will be get task answer prompt. Okay, so this will be prompt for validators to let's see, prompt for validators to confirm a task was completed and answered appropriately. Okay, so examine the tool output and select it. Okay. So instead, we're going to say is, let's see, examine the assigned task. I did let me say that. So we'll say tool output. Doing these kind of weird, like, so if you're wondering what I'm doing with the syntax right here, so this is the system prompt, which is something that's always prepended to all human messages whenever you send them to a language model. And then there's a user prompt, which is, hey, this is what the user actually sent. So what I'm doing here is in the system prompt, I'm kind of hard mapping that, hey, there is stuff that's going to be in the user template that you need to pay special attention to. Basically, binding the nouns and verbs together. This section here will kind of like be the noun. And then we're going to tell it, what's the verb? Examine it. Do stuff for it and render an output. So for example, in this one right here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add another section here called the task. And we'll do a backslash. And then I'm going to do one more here where I basically close the task. And so this kind of faux XML in here helps it keep track of what's actually happening while it's processing it. It kind of hard binds it saying, hey, this stuff should be everything happening down here. And it was just a little trick I picked up. I don't know if it actually has any, let's call it scientific backing to it, but it seems to be working, so I'm rolling with it. We're hacking around, we're finding out. Still rocking the orange Jocko. Not sponsored by Jocko yet. I'm working on it. All right, so we want to tell it to examine the assigned task and use the tool output to to determine if the task question can be answered from the can be answered appropriately, correctly. Yeah, that's what we want to do. can be answered correctly. And we'll make a note right here. So if the question cannot be answered using the tool output context, then what we're going to do is we're going to have it basically hard output a file. Using the tool output, that's what we want to say here. So if it can't use the tool output to answer the question, what do I want to tell it here? I got a typo in here. It should be using. So if it can't be answered using the tool output, respond with unknown, or let's say invalid. I want it to respond with a specific string in here. Try to think about this semantically, like how I wanted to do that. So if it can't answer the question with the tool output, what should the response be that's kind of like easy to match up? Okay, let's say it. So if the question cannot be answered using the tool output response, or respond. Let's do that, yeah. Respond with the... I don't know what the answer is. Yeah. Respond with the answer... NA? What did I... Oh, crap, what was I thinking? Actually, we'll just say, we'll leave the answer response blank. There we go. And so, responses should take the form of an action and a reason. There we go. And then, oh, I gotta put a format holder in here. So what we're gonna do is, I'm gonna call this the task. Just like that. So what these are gonna be placeholders that we can then inject context into this. So we'll inject the task string, we'll inject the tool output. Should be good. Yeah, I think that'll work just fine. So this is the prompt for validators to confirm a task was answered appropriately. Say if a task was completed and answered appropriately. Okay, so what we want to do now is we're going to create our LLM. Actually, we're going to do one more thing first. We're going to do let's call this our validator prompt. It's going to equal get task answer prompt. So what this does is this gives us our prompt right here, and then I believe what we use is invoke for that. Yeah. So the actual prompt, this is going to be our prompt template actually. Then we invoke it and we pass in a data structure to it, basically a dictionary. So this will be our validator prompt template. There we go. And then our validator prompt is going to be our validator prompt template, and we're going to invoke against that. And then what we're going to do is we're going to drop in a data structure. We need to pass in two things. We need to pass in a task and the tool output. So we'll do a task key here. And that's going to come from our state table. So we'll do state. And I believe that's just task. Yeah. Actually, it should be a little bit more specific. It should be this one. but it's not going to be the actual status for this. So I'm going to use this because it's state. We also want to get the current task because we need to make sure it's the correct one. And it's not going to be the status of it. It's going to be the actual task value. Oh, what did I just do? Clicked in the wrong spot, typing in the wrong spot. That's going to be the task. So we're going to append the task into there, and then the other thing we're going to need is our tool output. So drop that in. Need a comma there at the end. And this is going to be pretty much the exact same thing, except rather than task, what we're going to send in is our state table. We're going to send in our output. Yeah, we'll just send in the output. We don't need the actual list of tools. This is actually just a nice to have. So what we'll append here is the output. Cool, I like where this is going. All right, so after we build the prompt, then we build our language model object. I can't remember exactly what all the steps are. That's right. So then what we do is we get a response by invoking against our prompt. So let's do this right here. A little bit of copy pasta. Yeah, so then we do LM with structured output, we invoke it, and this won't be the stinger prompt, this is going to be the validator prompt right here. Yeah. All right, so our validator prompt, what this should return is a task answer, which is an output format. So we'll have a question and an answer. And we've told it that, hey, if this doesn't work, then you leave the answer blank. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to do here. I don't necessarily like that idea where, because what we told it in the prompt, hey, by the way, drag this over. It says if you cannot, if the question cannot be answered using the tool output, leave the answer response blank. So we could just check and see, like, hey, if we strip out any potential white space that might worm its way in there, is the response actually blank? Yeah, we could do that. All right, let me double check something real quick. That's our response. So for task and response tasks, I gotta remember how this actually comes back. Let me go look at something real quick. Let me look at the initializer flow here. Where is that? So if we come up to initializer, the output from this is just a structured output, right? We just get a JSON back, essentially. Okay. This back up. Yeah, because what we want to do is we want to check and see. In this case, we're just assuming it's got a task option right here. But really, this should come back as, I believe, a task answer. So we appended task list onto this. And that was in our task list was not in our output formatters. That was in our, what's that? That was in our states. Yeah, and that had the key of tasks in there. Okay, so what we're gonna look for is, so a task list has a key called tasks, and so that's why in Stinger, we're pulling out the task list. So if we look at our task answer, what we're gonna do is we're gonna check for the presence of a question and an answer in here. So how do we want to check for that? So we want to check for, let's just do this. We'll say, let's do a try catch in here. Which actually I haven't done before. What we'll do is we'll say question is going to equal response question. And then Answer should be response answer. We'll pull these out real fast. Well, there's two ways we could do this. Rather than trying to do a try-catch, we could also just say, hey, check and make sure that response, question, and answer actually exist. How would you do that in Python? Let me think of this. Python, check if dictionary has a key. Oh, that's how. So if the key value is in the dictionary. Okay. I like that idea a little bit better. Think like this, answer. Yeah, so we do just wrap it in here. So we'll say question, and we'll say and we'll just make this an if statement instead, so it's a little bit simpler. Okay, so if there's a question and an answer in the response, then what we'll do is we'll check the response. So we'll say if, not like that. So if the response answer, what did I do there? It should be square bracket. Let's see, does not equal blank. Then what we would do is we want to do some other stuff right here. So if the answer isn't blank, so basically if we're able to answer it appropriately, it should give us an answer. Otherwise, it's blank. Actually, I'll tell you what, I'm going to change this a bit. We're going to do a little bit of logic in here. And what we'll do is we're going to say, check if needs further processing from blank answer. There we go. So if we have a blank answer in here, what do we want to do? Let's see. So if the answer is blank, the state should be marked as what? So we took out the start where it marks it as completed. So it's going to stay in a working state. What we could do is, I think what we'll do is we'll just return a state message. Hack the planet! You caught me off guard with that one, Band. I wasn't prepared for a hack the planet. But that's okay. I'm going to allow it. Just this time. Just this once. Ah, who am I kidding? I love those. Check if task needs further processing. A blank answer. Okay, so let's see what we got here. I got so much white space here. Bunch this out. I just want this one. Okay, so if the answer is blank, what we're going to do is we're going to do... I think we're just going to return from here. We'll do a quick return. We're going to say we're going to return messages. And then the message we're going to add is we're going to add an AI message, just like we did up here. So actually, let me just copy this whole line. So what we'll do is, rather than recon output formatter, we'll say recon validator. We will pass to recon agent. This actually needs to be passing to... Oh, actually, this one should have a conditional jump, but that's fine. I'm going to leave this as is for just now. Let's see. We do what it say. Actually, we'll say no task not answered. Answered. That's it. Passing to recon agent. Did I misspell unanswered? Sure did. Lima Bravo 93. What's up, man? I'm so frustrated at such a simple thing I'm trying to accomplish. Do you have any experience with data tables and spreadsheets? I mean, in Excel, yes. But what are you working on? You were doing something uh, like in Pandas or R? But I do have a very tiny bit of experience with R. But honestly, after I discovered Pandas, I completely abandoned R. Let's see. Okay, yeah. So if the answer is blank, then we want to do that. I think actually this will be very simple because after we do the LLM call, if the answer is blank, then okay, cool. We just pass it back to the recon agent. We leave it in a working state, and then we adjust the agent logic to say, hey, if the task is new or working, then continue on. So actually, this gets pretty easy then. So else if the response... Actually, we'll just do else, because if it's not blank, it should be good. Yeah, we'll just do else. What we're going to do is we're going to return... No, actually, we're going to do a little bit of modification here. Modify! R's constantly in a battle to validate its own existence, like HR. Dude, the reason I got so frustrated with R is because I was trying to work on some large data sets, and it was stock data. I was tinkering around with it, and it took 30 seconds just to import the data. And I thought, okay, maybe my disk I/O isn't that great. So I actually went and created a RAM disk and was loading data from there, and it still took 30 seconds. When I did the same thing with Pandas, it took a quarter of a second. Kid you not. So I was like, okay, R is incredibly too efficient. I'm not messing with it. It felt like I was loading it off a damn tape drive, man. What was that code I commented out earlier? Let me see. Hold on. Where was that? Yeah, I'm just going to copy this little piece of code right meow. And then I'll break it down right meow. Let's bring this over. And instead of being completed, what we're going to do is we're going to make it validated. Yeah, I know you're going to complain, but that is... Let me try something here. I think I tried this before. Literal... Oh, crap. What do I... Let me try something here. And for some reason, it doesn't even like it whenever I do that. Instead, got type string instead. Okay, undo all this. I'm just gonna deal with the typing error. Forget it. Okay. So like we said, I'm currently using LibreOffice. I got a data table with 377 columns and 365 rows. I'm using Grok or ChatGPT to make changes pertaining to the correct rows and columns, which is working. My issue is when I copy and paste the data into LibreOffice, the formatting is forked. So I've tried different AI prompting and formats, still no dice. So I gotta get the damn AI that's giving me correct data, just expedite it into the correct format for my spreadsheet and data table. Actually, Van probably has the best idea there, which is to use CSV, and that's what I kind of recommend. And the reason for that is because it's very simple to get the language model to spit out CSV and then to bring that into LibreOffice. I assume I've messed with LibreCalc whenever I couldn't get access to Excel. I mean, but I think that's exactly probably the best way to do it. And the reason is because, like, typically for Excel, as the one I had the most experience with, if you paste tab delimited data in, Excel automatically recognizes those tabs as like going into individual cells. But honestly, tabs get kind of funky whenever you go between text inputs. Tabs are like the redheaded stepchild of all characters, ASCII or Unicode, doesn't really matter. Tabs just get abused and ignored a lot. So using CSV makes it very convenient to get that data in there. Let's see. So we changed the state task to validated. Yes, we do want that. And then, oh, we also want to take, I'm going to paste the same thing in here. Take this out, and the status will be validated. Lima Bravo 93, thank you for coming online, user. I appreciate it. Hey, no problem, man. Dude, this is a total, like, learning stream. When I say AMA, I mean it. There's very few topics that I'll consider, like, off subject. Like, don't go asking me, like, like, how many times I took a dump today. I do fight for the users. Ironically, I fight for the users by throttling the users with my giant red team beating stick. Bad user. Weak password. Where did I put that? Oh, it's in states over here. Dan the man. What's up, brother? Happy Sunday and happy Easter. What was it? It was not there. Where was this? Answer. I want to take the answer key. So in the answer, what we're going to put is we're going to put the response, I believe. Yeah, I think that's how we want to do that. And in fact, actually, what I want to do is... Yeah, actually, this is perfect, because then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to return... I'm going to basically update my local copy of the task, just update the fields I want, and then I'm going to smash it into the state table. Dude, I should go watch Tron with my kids, because my older son is, like, actually really into retro video games. I took him to this arcade that's in Arlington, Texas. It's sandwiched in between Dallas and Fort Worth, and Dallas is where I live. I took him to this arcade over there, and it's like one of these big, like, you pay for entry, you can play all the games you want. They sell food and drinks and whatnot. He has so much fun with the old retro games. He isn't good at them, but it's just a matter of experience. And particularly like the old like Sonic first generation arcade box, he freaking loves that game. He tells me that the place is called Cidercade, and he said that's my favorite place because they have the original Sonic. So yes, actually, I think he would really like the original Tron. Actually, I want to do one more thing here. I am going to update the messages here. So what we'll do is we're going to return some updates to our state table. So we'll grab this line right here. So messages, what we're going to say is task. Oh, what I want to get is the current task ID. Where did I put that? I think I put that in the stinger state. Yeah, current task. So I'm going to make this a format string. Task, and we'll just give it the indicator number. Yeah, we'll do that. So we put a placeholder in here. Task. Validated. Yeah, we'll say validated. We'll say task number is validated. And then that number is going to be just the current task ID. So we'll grab this value right here. Boop. There we go. So we'll put a little AI message in there, which is just helpful for us. So that's from our recon validator. And then we want to update the task field here. And literally all we're going to do is we're just going to return state tasks to that. So we're modifying our local copy of the task list, and then we're just slamming it in there. Messages is the only one that's a little bit odd. For this one, we can just return our updates to it. All the other ones, we actually need to return the entire structure that we're changing. Yeah, I think that'll work just fine. We're gonna test it out. We're gonna see what happens. I'm not going to update Enum just yet. Recon is kind of our test bed for these changes, and then we filter them to the other agents. And the reason why I didn't come through and just make a reusable object that I could just import to the others is because eventually the validator logic will need to change, I think, depending on the agent. Recon is the most simple agent, so that's why it gets all the updates first. Kind of like, if you didn't know this, Windows actually makes changes to Notepad as a test bed. Notepad is its testing system. So new features come to Notepad in Windows before they come to other things in Windows. That's kind of like their integration testing program. Actually, I kind of want to modify this a wee bit. I think what I want to do is we'll do a backslash in here, and what we'll do is we'll say we're gonna track the task ID. We're gonna say the answer is let's see. Oh, I just realized that is capitalized. That might screw us up. Where's our output formatter? This should definitely not be capitalized. There we go. So actually, I got this backwards. What I want to do is I want to do the question first. So we'll say the question is going to be the response question. And then we'll throw a new line return in here. And then what we'll say is the answer is going to be this guy. Response. And then we'll just take this, and this is going to be the answer. Yeah. And I got a little bit of something broken in here. My formatting is busted. Oh, wait, I do need that comma right there. Oh, I know what I'm missing. I'm actually missing the closing curly bracket right there. Then, yes, that should... Cool. So we'll get a copy of the question, the answer, like in the chat log here. Oh, I'm missing one more thing in here. I need a closing here. Now, why is it throwing a bitch fit about this? Statement seems to have no effect. It definitely has an effect right here. Oh, I'm missing one more thing. I gotta close the... There we go. I forgot to close that. This is a list of messages we're returning, and basically they just get... This list of new messages we're passing back just gets appended. Oh, I just realized I have a little bit of a screw up in this, but I need to go run to the bathroom, so we'll fix this. The screw up here is actually I do want to take the response from the language model, and I do want to put that into messages as well. But we'll fix the response in just a minute. I got to run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Damn it, Cypher.
right, I'm back. Hey, Lopter, what's up, man?
So those are
Different types of attacks. I actually don't know what the different colors signify in there. Like, if it's reconnaissance or if it's actually like exploits being lobbed or blocked. I'm not sure. All right. Apologies for the extended break, but Honey Badger had done another breakout. Ah, dang it. Hang on one sec. Forgot something. Yeah, Honey Badger don't give a fuck. By the way, for everybody who's new on the stream, Honey Badger is my 3-year-old. And I had to initiate the Honey Badger containment protocol because he was out of his bed again because he had to go poop. So that actually wasn't me. That was him this time. All right. Let's see. So I need to do one more thing, and that is this response I need to append over to... does not simply contain a honey badger. That is true. So my sister-in-law took him and my older son, Agent Zero, took him to the zoo with her kids, and she's like, that kid is so hard to keep track of. He teleports. He's like, you take your eyes off him for 1 second, and he's gone. I was like, yeah, I know. Why do you think we don't take him anywhere risky? They wanted to go do like a big family cruise, and I thought that'd be fun. I haven't taken a cruise since my honeymoon. I'm married for 10 years. And I thought about it for about 3 seconds, and I was like, nope, can't do that. If I take Honey Badger on a cruise, he's going to end up in the Gulf of Mexico, or Gulf of America, or whatever it's called now. That kid has zero fear, he's an excellent climber, and he teleports. He's just going to jump out into the ocean. Reminds me of one time my son slipped away from us and we found him by the Patagonia caves. The caves? Wait, what are cavies, or is that caves? Return 2 messages here. I think I could just return a list of messages. I think I can literally just put response in here. Yeah, I think that'll work. Oh, like a capybara. Oh, okay. Dude. I forget what it was, but yeah, it was some exhibit. And then she's telling me some of the stuff he did on the trip, and I was like, yeah, that kid has zero fear. He's gonna be really scary when I finally put him on a 4-wheeler. And thankfully, the 4-wheeler I'm going to put him on has... it's got a really cool control switch on the ECU. And so I can set it into, like, limp mode, where it only goes, like, 5 miles an hour. So I can very easily go run after him. It was a very large site. Dude, I know, man. Kids can... It's amazing how quickly they can disappear. And they have, like... this sixth sense where they can say, oh, I know at this exact moment they're not looking at me. Boom! They move so fast they put the Roadrunner to shame. Yeah, actually that'll work. Perfect. So I'm going to append the response and the AI message. Yeah, that's cute. All right, I think that will kind of work. I need to make one more change up in the actual recon agent itself, because what it's going to do is it's going to set it to working here. I'm going to do one more. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a check before this. Here. Basically, what we're going to do is we're going to check if the current task I should learn Python again. Only reason I'm learning Python is because literally the language, the framework that I wanted to use for this project, which is LangChain and LangGraph, is written in 2 languages, JavaScript and Python. And I've already done enough JavaScript to last me probably 100 lifetimes. So I decided to use Python for this. Actually, I want to do a current thing up here. We're going to check the current task because by default, let me look at the states table. The Stinger state current task. Whenever we first create the task list, I believe the Stinger state, actually we initialize current task here in our testing data to be a -1. So if we can check if the current task is -1 or is not -1. So let's do that. So let's do a quick test here before we just start assuming. This logic kind of assumes that the recon agent is getting the task list first, which is not necessarily robust. So let's do a quick check of this. So what we'll do is if the state current task equals -1, then we'll know that we've done nothing, that we have not assigned any tasks. So if it equals -1, which this would mean, let's see, no tasks have been started. Let's do that. You don't have to go away, man. Hang out. Come chill with us. Ask questions. Heckle me for my shitty Python. That's what we're here for. Alright, so if the current task is equal to -1, also, ask questions. This is a total learning stream. I love answering. I take any and all questions. The AMA part is legit. Let's see. So if the current task equals -1, then what we want to do is we want to check. Actually, if the current task equals -1, then what we want to do is run this logic here. Yeah, no tasks have been started. If it doesn't equal -1, then we'll come down and we'll do another check real quick. I don't know Python well enough to judge anyone else's code. That's fine, man. I explain what I'm doing with all these different pieces. And so if you have any questions about it, that's fine. Or any questions on hacking, so. Oh, sorry you're not feeling well, man. Yeah, that's always a bummer. Twitch is usually my go-to when I'm not feeling well. I'll find some stream and I'll just kind of zone out and watch and just observe what they're doing. No tasks have been started. Okay. Let's go here to else. We'll do an else block here. I'm resisting the temptation to re-image my Raspberry Pi Zero. I'll help you resist that temptation. I have noticed that I always want to take on some technical tasks somewhere in my house when I'm not feeling my best, and I invariably screw it up. And part of that was I accidentally fried like an RTX 3080 card that I had in a compute rig by miswiring it. And oh, I felt so stupid when I did that. So let that, I think it was like an $800 mistake, be your guide. Just chill out so you're feeling better. The project's not going anywhere. I remember back when the cool kids used Perl. Said no one ever can. Although, actually, I do have a coworker that would agree with you, and he would write stuff in Perl specifically to piss me off. Usually stuff around processing, like, spreadsheet data. Sorry, banned. What? Let's see. Okay, so if the current task is -1, that's fine. We're going to enumerate it. We're going to find all the tasks that are new. Else, let's see. What we're going to do is we're going to check the current task. we're going to say if the state task, and then what we want to do is we want to do state current task. Oh, sorry. Hey, Jibo, what's up, man? Turn that off. $20 years ago or so, yes. Did I write algo just to mess with them? God, no. Actually, for a long time, a lot of the code I wrote was in JavaScript in Node, because that was just the thing I was most familiar with when I needed to write something from scratch. And using Perl 20 years ago was most definitely not cool and probably not a kid. Yeah, no kidding. I was, you know, at counterpoint though, 20 years ago, I was still not cool and definitely not writing Perl. I think I was writing most of my stuff in C++ back then. And I feel bad that I had forgotten a lot of my C++. Let's see. So what I want to do is I want to get the current task, and then I want to check my task here. The status. That is not correct. Status. So if the status equals working, let's say that. So if that status equals working, then probably what we're gonna do is we're going to reassign that task, and that's what we're gonna do. Okay. So when I was taking a course at the Naval Postgraduate School, they made us use Ada. Ooh. I never used Ada. I can't really bash on it because I'm ignorant of it. C makes me sad. I need to force myself to use it though. If you want a good excuse, Lokta, to use C, the best example I can give you is the Maldev Academy. So if you have not seen this, I'll drop a link to it. This is a really cool site, and essentially it's lessons on how to go through and do malware development using C. They do everything in C code, and it's very well structured. Yeah, I like it a lot. Eventually, I will kind of go through it and work on it. Maybe I'll make another AI agent thing to help use some of the stuff from it to make something in here. They have two pieces, actually. So there's the actual course, and they're constantly adding new modules. I really applaud them for that, especially considering I've got lifetime access and they're still adding new modules. But they've also got a code database over here, which is a separate thing that you can purchase access to. And you can find code snippets for all sorts of things. Userland unhooking, payload encryption, indirect syscalls, all sorts of fun stuff in here. So I highly recommend the Maldev Academy. And the guys that are running it are super smart. I spoke with Mr. Docs, actually, because I asked him, I was like, hey, man, I wanted to do kind of like what I did with the Red Team Ops course. When I spoke with Rostamouse about it, I said, hey, I just want to stream the lab. Can I do that? And I don't want to stream any of the content for the course. I just want to show what I'm doing and explain it and work through funny little edge cases. He said, yeah, sure, go ahead. I asked the same thing for Mr. Docs, but it's a bit more of a difficult thing with them because he didn't want me to use any of their code snippets, which I completely understand. So I'm trying to think how it would take a lot of pre-planning for me to do that. I'd have to essentially keep the course open somewhere else and then redevelop this stuff in scratch from C. My C is not that good anymore. I was okay at it back in the day. Back in my day, I did a lot of C coding, and we liked it. Yeah, and Spider, who's also one of the contributors to it, is the guy who made the Havoc C2, which was really cool. If I wasn't so ingrained into the Mythic kind of ecosystem, I would be using Havoc a lot more. But I really like Mythic, and also I'm a good buddy with It's a Feature, who's the maintainer and writer of Mythic. I even have an interview with him over on YouTube if you want to watch it, where I was asking him about some of his inspiration and kind of like the logic and understanding for it. Mythic is a little bit different beast because it's not so much a C2 platform like you'd think of Cobalt Strike, Metasploit, things like that. Actually, I guess it's a little bit more akin to Metasploit. It's very much of a framework where you're given the tools to implement your own functionality. Yeah, Mythic C2 is awesome. I very much enjoy it. All right, let me pop back over. Meow. All right, so let me think of this. So we're going to do a quick check to see if the current task is set to -1. If it is, then we're going to basically just work through this logic here. Let's see. Else, if the current task is set to working, we need to do an and statement in here. What I also want to check is what do I want to check? I want to check if the agent. That's what I want to check. I want to check if the agent is assigned to recon. There we go. Oh, it doesn't like this kind of line return that I did here. Fine, we'll do it all in one line. You know, just for simplicity, because that line is too damn long, I'm going to bust this out into a couple of bools real quick. So is working. Drop this one in here. So we'll say if it is working, and we'll say is assigned recon. And this is going to be this other second statement here. There we go. That just makes it a little bit simpler to understand what's happening here. So if it's working and is assigned to recon, then we want to go through the rest of this logic here. All right, Lofton, thanks for stopping in, man. I appreciate it. Hope you get to feeling better, dude. My mini PC was delivered today, so just waiting some other parts and boom, I'll have a nice virtualization server. Nice. Dude, the next mini PC I actually need to build is my Turing Pi. I've had the pieces for that for a long time, and I was going to set that up to run some small AI models. And in fact, I wanted to have a little bot sitting in here in the chat. And what that bot would do is randomly listen for user input and then start heckling people in chat. I was going to call it Hecklebot. And so it was going to do language model calls and like look for people saying stuff and then just start heckling them in chat. I thought that would be hilarious. Let's see. Task call. Where did we assign task call? Oh, task call equals none. That's right. So what we do is we bust out the task call here. So what we need to do is we need to assign the task call because that's what we're using in the rest of this. So if it's working and it's assigned, what we're going to do is we're going to come over to task call. And we busted out context as well, which was the state context. Oh, which is what I do want to do. Although I think I'm going to have to manipulate the prompt in here. That's fine. We'll walk through this and we'll get to it when we get to it. So the task call is going to be equal to where do we assign task call? Let me see. Right here. So that's just going to be the task. Right here. Which is in our task is this value right here. So what we'll do is I tell you what, I'm going to extract this out just another wee bit. So we'll say the task is going to equal this right here. And so we'll say task status, and then we'll run this one a little bit more. Because then we'll be able to access it a little bit more easily. So this is going to be task in here. Let's see, I got a RAM kit for it. It's probably overkill, but it's 128 gigs of DDR5. Nice. Dude, my virtualization server, I'm running Ludus on it, and I've got 256 gigs of RAM and dual Xeons. But obviously it's not a mini PC. But really, for a lot of those virtualization labs, I mean, RAM is your big bottleneck. So that's what I've encouraged people is, hey, get the biggest chunk of RAM you can, because 99% of the time, the only machines that are going to be churning CPU cycles are the ones you're interacting with, like your Kali instance or whatever your attack box is, right? So having all that extra RAM means that your Windows VMs don't run just horrendously slow. Planning using it for vuln research and just lab stuff? Awesome. Dude, even this right here, this guy, let me see. Here, look at this. This is I think our Hack the Box lab. Yeah. So you can see in here, this is my loot. My box is completely managed by Ludus. All this stuff I'm doing, this is a Ludus range in here. I set it up, and I have a separate user set up for this. And this is all this user does, is this user is for me to do Hack the Bot dev. That's it. So I love Ludus. I've been using it for everything. If I need to, I can also, one of the cool things about it is I can come back over here in Proxmox. If I change it from server view to like folder view, right? And I just look at all of my different virtual machines. I mean, I can still run virtual machines over here. So like, for example, I had one called Board Queue. I forget what it was for. But these are just boxes that I could still have running that are outside of Ludus. Like, Ludus won't see them and won't modify them. So I really, really like Ludus. It has been such a game changer for running and managing my home lab. All right, so let me see. So our task call is going to be our actual task. And then what else do we need to set? We need to set the context. In this case, we were setting the context to the context from Stinger, which we do want. But I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to set the context as a list. Hey, Mixley, thank you for coming online. Welcome in. Let's see. I do want to do that. So we'll set this context for the state table. I do love the tile up. Too feckin' inactive. Thank you for coming online. What's up, man? Happy Sunday and happy Easter, everybody. Let me see here. So the next thing I want to do is I need to get the task tool output. Where is it? Yes, that's what I wanted. So we're also going to append the task output. There we go. So we're going to set the context to a list of items in here. I think this will be okay because it should be able, these are all lists of strings in here essentially. It should be able to convert those over just fine. Yeah, and those are all dictionaries. So it's going to basically be a lot of structured output, but I think that will be okay. Because then it's going to come through and it's going to check our task call, which we just configured here. It will build it, and then it will go through and try to hopefully find a new tool. You don't...
Caution. A virus has been detected.
Hack_smarter virus detected in the network.
Hey, Tyler and Raiders, what's up? Counterpoint, you can hack smarter and harder. That's using the old noodle there. Yes, type cookie. Hack smarter and harder requires offset +++ plan.
Oh, dude, I can't even imagine how much that'd be. Probably sign on the dotted line, sign over your mortgage, firstborn, and then the third stool sample of every month. What's up, man? I hope you and your family had an awesome Easter. Let's see. I think that'll work. We'll add on the context. Then we make a call to the recon prompt and set the name to it. Okay, I think we're good here. So we might need to reuse the router here because we've added validator, but we haven't added validator to the graph yet. So we'll need to do that. Let's see, what's the error we're getting down here? Let's see. Cannot import Python module from graph. Wait, task answer should be over here. That's where it says it can't import task answer. Oh, we're getting a circular import. Damn it! I have to fix that. What's up, Raiders? By the way, for everybody who just came in on the Hack Smarter raid, my name's Blaze. I've been in offensive security now for 7 years, and I've been in IT for 15 years. And what we're doing, and most likely what Tyler was doing there, was playing some kind of CTF. And I don't really like CTF, so what we're doing is we're building an AI agent system in a framework called LangGraph to go play the CTF for me. That's right. CTFs are kind of... okay, it's not that I don't like CTFs. It's just I don't enjoy some of the puzzle aspects to them. I enjoy the puzzle aspect from the real world, and I get a lot of that in my day job. So this actually serves a couple of different purposes. One, I actually kind of suck at writing code from scratch, so this is to help me become a better code developer. Two, I know my clients are going to start implementing this stuff in their environments, so it's going to help me understand some of the ways they might be doing it. And three, once this framework is kind of up, as I learn new things, I can come build it into the various agents in the toolkit here. So, for example, I've got a book on Windows security internals. So this stuff that I learned from here would be kind of handy to try and get into the post-exploitation agent. I got another course in Azure that I'm going to be looking at. So that's going to go down the entire list of recon, enumeration, exploitation, and post-ex. Eventually, once I start doing a little more Active Directory CTFs, we'll plug this into Bloodhound as well. And then we'll let it start doing queries against Bloodhound. What AMA are you referring to? That's a Ask Me Anything. So if you got questions, feel free to ask. Oh, by the way, so let me get down the list here, followers. Let's see. Oh, actually, an Active had a question. So what would you do in your opinion would just be to have a way of finding out people's emails and going through dhash to see if they're stuffed or compromised? Oh, dude, that's an old attack method. Like primitive, an attack primitive, like people just looking through that stuff. They do that all the time. I thought it was Azure Monitor Agent. Not yet. Actually, I have a course I'm going to go through. I can't do it on stream. I talked to them to see, like, hey, could I work out something the same way I did with Rostamouse on the RTO? But they said no. I can get one of the modules. They said if I wanted to demo it on stream to, like, show people. It's from the folks at Cloud Breach. I thought that would be fun to do. Use model context protocol. I have thought about it, but honestly, I don't have a big need for it right now. I have a tool in the background here that would be cool to use, MCP, but I was already working on it when Anthropic released it. It's called RoboPages. And so I've already got the integration with LangGraph set up for it. Eventually, it'd be cool if they come through and they rework it, but honestly, I've already got all the integration I need with that tool. And that tool is going to carry a lot of weight, but not everything later. I work on AMA almost every day. It's a love-hate relationship. I understand, man. Dude, the biggest gripe I have about the Azure environment is the vocabulary. Because there's a lot of stuff where the vocabulary changes just depending on the context of where you're looking at stuff. And it was my biggest challenge. I think that was everyone's biggest challenge when we were going through this offensive Azure course that we did. And the vocabulary is just a beatdown because you can use the same word in 5 different places and it means 5 different things depending on where you're using it. Let me see here. All right, I think we got our updates to the agent done. So now what it should do, we'll have to go add the validator node. I think we need to make a little bit of change to the recon router in here. Because what should happen is, as we're working through these tasks, the tool outputs get appended into the task, so we have like an isolated context for this. Yeah, we're gonna have to take a look at this though, on how we want to do this. Let me look at something real quick over here. So in our recon agent, output formatter is now going to route over to validator, and then validator can either route to recon agent, or it can route to handoff. Actually, I think that's the worst way to do this. I think we might need to put one more check over in recon agent here. Because really the agent should decide if it's going to hand it off, and that's kind of what it's doing. The output validator just says, hey, is the task validated? We need it to come back up to the agent to see if there are other tasks for recon to address. If there are, then we would come through this. You should use Taskmaster. It breaks down into small tasks that a local JSON file could read from. I have thought about trying to go find a task handling library. And I'm of 2 minds about it. One is, like I said, part of this exercise is for me to learn how to write code better and become a better developer. And part of it is also I do eventually want it to be functional and have that, and work well. So I keep going back and forth about it. Yeah. I mean, good suggestion. Let me go look at that real fast. Let's see. On Taskmaster. Let's see. Simple distributed queue designed for handling large numbers of one-off tasks. We built this as a dist queue to handle frequent but uncommon tasks like migrate this data to a new schema. Okay. That's not it? Oh. Drop me a link to it in active. Links are not disabled in chat here. Also, I didn't think you meant the game show here from 2015. Let's see. Yeah, I do want to go to output formatter and actually that'll work just fine because recon agent is going to check. Let's go. So these conditional lines actually go through a function and it returns where we're going to go. It's either going to go to recon tool node or it's going to go to recon handoff. So if we look at the router, it checks the last message, and if the type is AI, then it goes to recon tool node. Otherwise, it goes to recon handoff. Oh, if the last message has tool calls. Okay. Yeah. So that should work because what we're going to do is we're going to make a call inside the recon agent here, and we're going to get the tool calls. Yeah, that should be good. Oh, Claude Taskmaster. Okay. Was this built specifically for using like with Anthropic? Task management system for AI-driven development with Claude, designed to work seamlessly with Cursor AI. Oh, okay. So option 1, which is MCP. Easy way to get started with Taskmaster directly in your editor. So let's see, documentation. Let me look at the tutorial for this because this sounds interesting. So here's our initial setup. I want to see what the actual usage looks like. Okay, so you could actually just run this command, and it's designed to basically execute these things and do them in cursor. And that's what I'm actually hoping for in Active. So he says AIs are really good at breaking down tasks, breaking down into small tasks. Eventually, what we'll do is, right now, we're playing a Try Hack Me box. Ah, damn it, this machine expired. That's fine. I'm doing a lot of work right now. We'll boot up the machine later if I need it. But essentially, this is where we're getting the task list from, is these questions in this guided mode from Try Hack Me. What we can do later, though, is eventually we'll go to something like over in Hack the Box. Sign in. Where is... No, I want to go to, like, actual Hack the Box. I'm already logged in. Oh, the CTF. Here we go. I missed the button because I can't read. Let me see here. Those are Hack the Box events. Build a CTF. That's the CTF tryout. Where is test? This is not. I don't think this is what I was actually looking. Ah, here we go. Hack the Box Labs. This is what I wanted. Here we go. I'm not unauthenticated. Come on, man. So eventually, like, if we come look at a box in here, let's see. Like, for example, if we go over to the starting point one. Well, they have the guided mode in here now. Where's my machine to-do list? Here we go. So, for example, if we want to come pull up Forest, right? What I'm hoping we can do is basically come say, hey, this is what we're looking at right here, and give it this information about the CTF, and then let it go through and start devising its own task list and building it. And so it will go through and develop its own steps to be able to do this. That's one of the end goals. Right now, we're starting simple. We're starting with just like, you know, hey, this task list right here. You know, Ronan, I never saw the Taskmaster game show, so I can't really judge it. Honestly, one of my favorites that was like a guilty pleasure was, what was it? Family Feud with Steve Harvey. That was, I don't know why, I just found that one hilarious to watch. I do like Taskmaster, that sounds pretty cool. Alright, so what we should have is, we're going to return state task, current task. Okay, cool. So we append our response. Excellent. Okay. Yes. So this logic was all still good. We didn't have to modify this. We do have one, like, hey, we know tasks were marked for execution, passing to Stinger. Recon router will still handle that. So I think we're good right there. So all we need to do now is we need to come in and update the graph right here. Output formatter, we need one more node. I forgot I could drag these nodes around. So we're going to have one more node. Output formatter is going to pass to the validator. I'm going to rename output formatter also. It's going to be like recon output formatter. And then we'll pass that back up to recon agent. That way I can keep track of like what each of these nodes are that it's actually doing. So let's go do that real fast. Let's go down to our graph. So this is going to be... Yeah, what we're going to do is we're going to throw a recon right here in front of this. There we go. So what we do is we added an edge from the tool node to the output formatter. We added the node, and it's mapped to the output formatter, and then we're good here. Okay, sweet. So what's a LangGraph? I've never used it before. LangGraph is a really cool library designed to help abstract a lot of the interactions you have to have with language models, and then build them into logical execution steps, into graphs, namely. So there's a previous, let's call it version, but it's still useful, called LangChain, where if you think of like, hey, each of these steps might be a chain. Like if you needed to do like a one-off language model call to do some reasoning or do a little bit of parsing, that would be a Lang chain. It's like a single individual step. LangGraph takes that a bit further and says, hey, we actually want to build agents in here. So you could go build agents with LangChain. It's just much more cumbersome. LangGraph, what you do is you come through and define your various functions, and those get represented as nodes in a graph. So we have a directed graph here. We have, oh God, no, go back. What happened? There we go. So we always have like a starting node in here. Quit dragging, dude. We always have some kind of start node, and it hits our first function, which is our recon agent. And then we have, in this case, conditional jumps. The recon agent, depending on the structure of the state table, says, okay, I'm either going to route over to the tool node to execute some tool and get output from it, in which case then it will go to the output formatter, soon to have a validator, and then pass it back up to the recon agent to reparse it. And then the recon agent can also say, okay, I'm done with all my tasks. I'm now going to hand it off back up to Stinger. And Stinger is like the parent graph of these. So if I come bring this up, this is actually the parent graph, the main agent in here. It goes through a couple initial steps. We hit the Stinger agent, and it decides where it's going to route traffic to depending on the tasks that get created in the initializer. So it will send tasks down to recon. It will send tasks over to enumerate. And we're going to eventually add 2 more to this. We'll have an exploitation to try and get code execution on the machine, and post-exploitation to try and root the box also. So LangGraph is what facilitates the building of all these tools. They have a really cool ecosystem that I like, and that is this whole list here where I can actually trace what is happening with this. It's written, is a tool called Langsmith. But then they also have the LangGraph Studio here, where I can actually visualize what's happening and I can trace the steps as it's being executed. It's a really cool framework. I like it. I've never seen that before. I just make it in TypeScript. They do actually have TypeScript libraries. And so part of the reason why I'm doing this project in Python is because my options were JavaScript, which I think they did it in TypeScript. I haven't looked at it. But the options were essentially JavaScript or Python. And I've done enough JavaScript to last me a long time. Many lifetimes. So I decided I wanted to do it in Python. So Taskmaster is a bunch of comedians doing various tasks that are creative, and they win points based on the competition and creativity. Basically, British humor. I do like British humor, actually. I may have seen some of the shorts of the show, like on YouTube or something. How do you get started using LangGraph? Start at the documentation or find a project. I'd say if you wanted to get started with it, it can be a little bit intimidating to begin with because they gloss over a lot of things. But the main thing to remember with LangGraph is the thing you're passing around is the state table. And the state table, let me find that real quick. For example, here's the state table for this project. I called it the Stinger state. And all this is just various keys in a dictionary that are holding, and it's basically a superclass of typedict. And it's just holding various structures of data. And this is what all the functions take in, and this is what all the functions should spit out. So you could get started with it. The most basic state table you can do just has this messages list here, and it's basically an annotated list. So you'll notice sometimes when I'm returning data from here, notice how every time we return something, it's basically a dictionary in here. And I'm always returning some kind of message, but messages is a little bit odd because messages, I can just return the messages I want appended to this list of messages in here because it's an annotated type. The rest of these, I actually need to update the entire structure. So what happens is when you invoke your function, you get your state table in here. When I make changes to that state table, I make sure and return those so that way get overloaded. So this was my local copy of the state table. And I say, hey, by the way, take my local copy, update that, and squash it over the task table. Just hack people and actually see if it works. Yeah, that's another option. I wouldn't recommend it, though, because I don't know who else is using LangGraph. Also, guys, remember the rules of the chat. The first rule is
don't hack Twitch and YouTube. That's where I do my business. The second rule is don't. Everybody in chat is a fed. And the third rule is don't talk about anything illegal, because see rule number 2. And the fourth rule is just be excellent to each other. I can use it for another project I'm doing, not really hacking related. If I had to guess, I'd say this is probably the only like offensive security related project using LangGraph right now that I'm aware of. I don't know anybody else who's using it for offensive capabilities. And so I decided to do it for fun. We're sitting here, we're hacking around, we're finding out. I followed the HFFO loop. Hack around and find out. All right, let me see here. So this part should be good. Our conditional route. Let me pull up. Wait, that was enum. I want it. Oh, I need to go add validator. I need to go add it to the graph here. So to add it to the graph, what we do is we define basically what we usually would call like a workflow. And we tell it, hey, this state graph is going to be of the type stinger state. We add edges, we add nodes, we can add a conditional edge in here. And then what we'll do is each of these functions basically gets mapped to something. So like our tool node is a tool node we defined in here. This is just a built-in function in here. Our handoff is going to be our handoff function. Same thing with our output formatter. These are all our nodes. So the way I've usually been doing it, though, is I'm defining the edges because it reads most naturally. If you look at the graph, let me come over to the recon graph. It reads more naturally to say like, hey, I'm going to start and I'm going to have an edge to this node, recon agent. This is going to have a conditional edge to tool node and handoff. So I was writing it the other way around. I would add the nodes and then add the edges. But I have found that just for simplicity of tracking what the heck I'm doing in here, adding the edges before the nodes actually makes it read a little bit more simply in here. So for example, we added an edge here from output formatter back up to recon agent. So this is actually going to change because what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this to, I'm going to call this recon validator. And then we're going to add an edge to it. So we'll do recon workflow. We're going to add, we're going to add a node to this. So we're going to add a new node. And the node's name is going to be recon validator. And then we'll just define the function it's going to work against, which is going to be just like that. So now we have this, and then we're going to have one more hanging edge in here because recon workflow, we have to tell where validator to send its data. It needs to send it back up to the recon agent. So we'll add one more edge into here to close the loop out. So we'll say this is going to be an edge from recon validator, and that's going to go over to recon agent. Like that. Boom. So now if I save this, oh wait, I forgot we have an error in this. I've got a circular import reference. Let's see. That's in output formatters. Do I have any dangling imports in here? Let me see. Nope, we don't. Do we have any dangling imports in recon here? We don't. Okay, so there's something it doesn't like in here. Cannot import task answer from partially initialized module utils output formatters, most likely due to a circular import. Oh, I know why. Because states imports that from output formatters. So what we might need to do is actually move task answer from output formatters. We might need to what the hell's the term of the code? Refactor this code and move task answer over to states. Because even though this really is an output format in here, let me look at this entire output here, what it's saying. All right, so stinger agent.py, import enum graph, which imports tool parsers, which imports port, which imports states.
So cannot import the task answer from a partially initialized module utils output formatters, most likely due to a circular import. Over in utils output formatters. That's weird that it doesn't like that. Let me see if I can. If I can refactor this. If this will let me do this. All right, let's move this. All right, so we got 4 usages of task answers. Let me see. So we import that from Recon Agent. We also import that from states. Let me see if I can, because I've run into this error before, and I want to know the correct way to fix it. Usually the way I had fixed this is we had a bunch of unused imports at the beginning, so we were able to kind of clean that up. But that's not the case for this one. States. Yeah, because we're actually using all of the imports in states. We're using all the imports in output formatters. Yeah, I think that's actually where all this trouble is coming from. So what we'll do is we're going to move task answer over to states. Oh, no, actually, that doesn't work right. I do that. I forgot because these are not the reason why this one had to be here is because it was a pydantic model. All right, what the hell's it doing? Any of my Python wizards have any clues? Feel free to shout them out. Let me see here. Because I would like to be able to run this tonight. Since I had so many interruptions, we can run the stream a little bit later than usual. Roll back up to the imports. The inputs are the imports in state. In output formatters. Okay, yeah, here we go. So what we're importing there is the pydantic base model. I think actually this one might be the one that's kind of messing it up. Because we're importing from states, but then states is also importing from output formatters. I think that might be where the trouble is. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's the problem. Got Spanish penguin ads. Yeah, I think that's the Spanish penguins drinking Red Bull. Those ads get kind of wild in there. Let's see here. So how could I fix this? Actually, I think I know how to fix this. Yeah, I'll wait for the ads to finish because I want to see what Ronan's suggestion is, and then I can compare it to what I think mine is. Because what I'm thinking about doing is I don't actually need to use task answer here. What I could do is I could define another one in states that just matches this structure. Let's see. So states, it doesn't import from util output formatters, imports task answer. And then output formatters imports this thing called a port from the states in here. And I think that's the problem that's happening with this. So I think that's where it's getting the circular reference, because output formatters imports from states, states imports from output formatters, making the circle. Okay, what I'm thinking about doing is I will define a task answer state in here. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do, is I'll just define a task answer state as a class in here, and then we'll use that and make it the same structure as the task answer. Yeah, I think that will be the... Oh wait, will that work? Yeah, that should work, because the answer doesn't have to be of this particular type in here. Oh no, you're fine. I think this will work though. So what we'll do is we'll do a new class. We'll call it a task answer, and this will be a typed dictionary. And then what we'll do is we will copy the task answer structure here. We'll just take out the pydantic import. So we'll take this out, take this out, and then what we'll do is we'll tell it, don't import this. There we go. That should fix it. Let's see if that fixes it here. Yep, now we're cooking. So let's run through this real quick in case anybody else runs across this. So task answer completes this field right here. It's basically just a thing that has two fields into it. It's going to be a typed dictionary of strings that have a question and an answer. Output formatters has a similar one, but we need to have this kind of pydantic base model version of it to get the output back when we send it to the validator node. So we've got two different versions of it. We had a stateful version of it, and we have an output formatter version of it. So we can still import the port value from states. We just have to make sure that we don't import anything from states over to output form, which I think is just fine. Let's see. So let me look at something real quick and see. There we go. So now we've got our recon validator node. Excellent. So it takes each room in questions. Pretty much, yeah. Right now, it's set up to take in a list of questions for that room, which in this case is root me over on TryHackMe. But we can run through this real quick and kind of see how it does. Let me pop back over to root me real fast and start the machine back up. Start the machine. And while it's doing that, let me go kick on the VPN. So we'll have that up and running. That should be good. Yeah, pretty much. It makes an object for that. Once this execution happens, I'll show you kind of what it's doing. The enumeration agent, excuse me, the enumeration agent will need similar updates, but recon is typically the first agent that always runs. So that's why I make all the changes to it. Recon's also more or less the simplest agent right now. Recon is actually very similar in its current iteration to it. Eventually, we'll go add some more logic over to enumeration. What I kind of had envisioned is that we'll actually have what I called, we have our agents in here, but then we'll probably have another thing called like second degree agents. And there would be like specialized enumeration agents that will exist in here that can then be different graphs that can be called. So you can have an entire workflow to go through it and do specialized enumeration, like against Active Directory or against web servers running PHP or something, maybe something running, what is it? What's that big CMS that's written in PHP that everybody gets popped because they have shitty plugins? WordPress. So like we could have a WordPress agent in here. Yeah. So we could have like one in here designed just for enumerating WordPress, potentially. Things like that. I don't know if I'll get specific like, hey, this is the one just for WordPress, but like, hey, this is the one for web servers. And like, okay, cool. So we got some WordPress tooling in there. Shitty plugin land. Exactly. So we're gonna do a little bit of WP scan. You know what I'm saying? I think also eventually, so I am running a tool called RoboPages here on the back end. Where's RoboPages? Did they ever talk about my feature request? They just designed it as a feature request. That's fine. But the RoboPages CLI, and here, if you'll want to play with it, it's actually a really cool tool. It's designed to provide tooling. I felt really bad for the guys at Dreadnode because they worked really hard on this, but then MCP came out. And it kind of does exactly what they were trying to do with this. Not exactly, but it's very similar. So once RoboPages gets like an MCP layout, it'll be really cool. That's kind of what I've done with the integration in here. But you can essentially come through and develop your tools. They have a lot of cool examples, like, that's where I wanted. Like integrating tooling to like rigging or OpenAI or Olama, and getting it integrated here. So I've added a custom integration with LangChain. I probably should go submit that as an example in here, like how to use this with LangChain. That was the single biggest piece that we had to develop for this project in here. This section right here, this LangChain RoboPages integration. So this creates a couple of classes in here, goes and talks to the RoboPages server, gets a list of all the features, all the functions that it can execute, and then makes them available as tools for LangChain. And LangGraph built on top of LangChain allows for that integration to flow back and forth. So, very, very cool. Let me see here. I probably should actually go kind of submit this as an example. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll bust this out as its own thing and put it in there. I just thought about that, and it hadn't occurred to me until just now. But what we're doing is, over on RoboPages, there's two separate repos. There's the RoboPages CLI. This is the actual server. But then there's a RoboPages one, where it's all the YAML definitions of the tools and how to execute them in various Docker containers. Yes, right now, yes, correct, Band. All the questions I'm just manually entering. Eventually, though, like I said, what I want to have is just the synopsis of the room and maybe tell it the target IP address. And maybe have, like, in the initializer node, have, like, a couple of modifications that happen to DNS in there, because you do need that for some of these tools. And then let it go to town. Like, maybe we'll have our own DNS server set up and let it do its thing. Just make it a Hack the Box account and go wild? Pretty much, yeah. You're going to start seeing the BlazeBig Hack the Box account just go do-do-do-do-do. Actually, I'm only running this on retired boxes, so I won't be getting a shit ton of points. I think it'll still be fun. Alright, let me go look at something real fast. So over in the studio, we do have our Recon Validator. So let me come back over to Stinger here. And what we'll do is we'll put in our seed state for this. Let's see. Actually, I may need to adjust this just a wee bit. Actually, no, I think this is fine because it's going to go generate all the tasks for us. So even the task answer portion, we don't have to add. So this should still be a good seed state. Let's come over to the studio. So we drop in all of our data, right? For it to be able to initialize it over here on the start graph. So it's going to take that dictionary, send it over to the server, initialize it, and then it's going to run down the list here. And then we'll start seeing it happen here. So let me make a new thread. And then we'll submit it, and you'll see it start working. So it hits the initializer. The initializer comes through and makes a task list call. We get a task list. Oops. Oh, I think we had a breakpoint set inside of Recon. Did we? Continue. But then inside of Recon, we can see it hitting the various objects in here. Ooh, what's going on here? Let me look through and see what it did. Wait, hold on. What just happened? I think we've got a loop. No task remarked for execution. Passing to Stinger. Ruh-roh. That ain't right. Okay, so we've got a logic flaw somewhere in here. But we could look through and see kind of what it's doing. Let me scroll up a bit. Yeah, there's at least the logic loop wasn't in the LLM calls, and I'm not burning Anthropic tokens. So what we do is we start with our context. These are the questions that came from the Try Hack Me box. And we give it a user context, target machine IP address. Oh, you know what? I think I just realized something. It may not be able to do that because current task is 0. Let's see, passing to Recon. Recon says target IP address is here. Do we make a tool call? If not, I think that might be where we're screwed up. So Recon agent gets it here. So up here, we're still in Stinger agent. That's fine. Uh-oh. Yeah, see how we got, it says no tasks were marked for execution, passing to Stinger. There's something no bueno in here. So something in our logic that we just updated is... Hey, Nerduino, what's up, man? By the way, guys, I'm going to give a shout out to Nerduino. If you like space stuff and you space nerd out like I do, go check out Nerduino because he's always doing really awesome astronomy stuff. I go in there and I heckle him about, like, bro, just use timescapes, you know? So, fun fact, when I was in university, I was double majoring in math and physics. But then I got engaged, and I realized I needed to graduate faster because I was going to have an extra year of chemistry. And chemistry was the weed out course at TCU where I graduated from. So even though I like chemistry and I was very good at it, by dropping my physics major, I was able to graduate a year earlier. So I took a lot of extra courses in the physics department. And so they all knew me very well, but they always called me a traitor for dropping the physics portion of it. So, yeah, but it worked out well though, because like the day I graduated on a Saturday and got my diploma, and then Monday I took my diploma to my onboarding for a new job because I was working in IT my entire time in college, and I was doing interviews during finals week. So I had a job literally lined up for the day after I graduated. My engagee saved me. Yeah, she did. She's crazy smart. Her degree is in forensic genetics, so she's worked with a lot of state organizations doing DNA testing and things like that. It doesn't have to go to the crime scenes; just does the work as the data samples, as the blood and the other samples come in. Right? She's crazy smart, and I find everything she does really interesting. But I try to explain computers to her, and she's just like, "That's nice, dear." That's like, our relationship is so intellectually one-sided. All right, so something is amiss in here. Actually, tell you what, let me come over and let me go look at this in our trace here. Okay, so what was the last one we just ran? We ran a couple. Actually, to it, let me do this. I'm going to do this the hard way, which is scrolling all the way to the bottom. You minimize this. And yeah, I'm doing okay, buddy. Hanging in there, man. All right, here we go. There's a cool little button right here I can open in Langsmith to view the trace. And we can kind of see where it got stuck. And of course, it looks like it got stuck in the recon router. Just imagine you could be sitting somewhere watching particles smashing into each other and finding absolutely nothing new. That's true. Instead, I get to go rifle through companies' computers and find out where they left all the skeletons in their IT closets, which is really fun. A 12-year-old me would think that is awesome. Let me come over to... Okay, so this is actually a really cool feature of LangGraph. It has a built-in recursion limit of 25, basically meaning if it hits 25 nodes, it will stop. Eventually, as we get to more complex labs, we'll have to increase that, but right now it's a really great stopgap. When I first was building this, I accidentally had a logic loop, which looks like we've got another one. and it would make 25 language model calls and never execute on them. It was such a beatdown. So, not necessarily a bad thing, but let's go look at what happened with the recon agent. If you're a guy, you're pretty much guaranteed your relationship will be intellectually one-sided and not in your favor. That's not necessarily true. She's crazy smart. It's just she's not as into computers as I am. Funny enough, though, I have been like, you know, rubbing off on her. She's been picking stuff up because she became like the go-to tech girl in her lab. All right, let's look at our messages here. All right, so we had our one human message, which was scan the targets. Stinger said, I'm passing to recon. Okay, so immediately we got no tasks marked for execution. So we're going to pass to Stinger. So let's go look at where we had that message appear in our code base over here. Go to recon agent. Where's find? I would just hit Control F, but it does something weird in here. Okay, so okay, so for some reason we're hitting this else statement. So our if statement up here is not working. Oh, that's why, because I think I see what's happening is we're checking to see if it's working. We need to add another condition. If is it working or is it new? Because what we're checking if the current task equals -1. If it equals -1, then we're going to look for all the new ones in here. That was the error. Okay. Because if it's -1, that means no task has been started. So if we go look at the state table, we can see what current task is set to. So if we come back over here, actually, we look at it in here. Let me scroll up all the way. They see me scrolling. They hate it. So when we initialize this, we initialize the current task as -1 in here. So if we look at the current task, still -1. Initializer, let's see. Look at this. The current task was actually equal to 0. So that check for -1, we set it in Stinger. I forgot about that. So we don't want to use that. That's the problem with it. That's a pretty feminine beard. Whatever, bro. Dude, I looked at some of the... Hang on one sec. Hang on. Let me show you something real quick. Pretty feminine beard. I gotta show you all this. Hang on. Look at this. Look at this guy right here. Look how much my beard has grown since then. This was one of my very first live streams. It was about a year ago. Here, let me find one where I started doing the, let's see, oldest. Where did I actually start doing, like, the timestamps on this? Let's see. Okay, so here's one from May, right? You see. Look at that thing. Look at that. My beard has grown so much in the last year. That's crazy. Let's see. So after 18 years, Dr. Nerd knows who Chewbacca is now, and I consider that a major victory. She is actually, my wife is a big old nerd too. Her biggest thing is like reading though. So, but she does know a lot of things from nerdy culture. Beard weave. Actually, I was thinking like it's gotten long enough now. I might start like braiding it. Like we'll do the Viking braid. I don't know if it's really thick enough to do that though. Yeah. Is that just a long mustache? Actually, I am trying to grow my mustache out here. I'll show you. So like it used to like keep it pretty trimmed, and now I've got the full-on soup strainer. So like I'm trying to get it out like this, a little bit off to the side. I am trying to grow my mustache in a little bit more because it was bugging me that my mustache was so thin, but my beard was so long. I'm gonna see if I can do the handlebars. I don't think I've got what it takes to do the handlebars. I'm gonna try though. Okay. So this right here is no bueno. So we need to redo this logic. This logic is foobar. Because we were assuming that it was going to come back as -1 saying no tasks have been started. Let's see. So instead what we should say is if it... One of the guys I worked with at JPL used to do contests for his stash. Like contests to see like if who could shave it. Also, I knew you worked at JPL, but that's still really freaking cool to hear. I always wanted to go visit JPL if I ever could. Alright, so how do I want to do this? Alright, we might just be able to bust out of this and like get rid of this if-else loop and combine this all into one, I believe. Yeah, I think I over-engineered this solution right here. I think that's what happened, just a wee bit. Yeah. So we can combine all this logic into one. We can go through, we can check and see if the task is assigned to recon, if the task status equals new or working. We can adjust this right here. So we're gonna kill this. And we're gonna bring these up a scope line, just like this. We're gonna have to come through and fix all this, but that is fine. I gotta head out, but I started following. Hope to catch you another night. All right, Ronan, have a good night, man. Yeah, I'm gonna run the stream a little bit late tonight because I really do want to see if I can get this validator working, and I don't have to be up as early in the morning. And I felt bad that I had such a long break there in the middle to go contain Honey Badger. Poor kid. He is so my son. Just through and through. Alright, so this task status equals new. Actually, what I want to do is I want to check what the current task is. I take this back. Let's come back here a bit. So if the current task... Yeah, I think what I want to do is, we'll say, is it working? So I'm going to take this. I'm going to take this out, I'm going to put it up here. We're going to get what the current task is. I'm going to say if... There we go. That's what we'll do. We'll bring these out. So we'll say, is it working? Is it assigned to recon? So if... Yeah, there we go. We'll take that. Yeah. Actually, I'm going to copy this real fast. Let's see, is new task. So this will say if it's set to the value of new, and we'll say is working task. And we'll adjust this right here. Boom. Let's grab this. Okay. Okay, so what we'll do is we're going to check the task status. So we pull out what our task is, right? Say, hey, here's our task. We're getting the current task. If it's new, then we'll do this stuff right here. There we go. Yeah, let's do that. So if is new task. Then what we'll do is, I don't know if I actually need to do the enumeration through here. Because we're going to assign it a current task when it comes through, and we're going to update that value. So we actually don't necessarily need this enumerate for loop in here. So if it's a new task, what we want to do is we want to do this logic right here. And then we want to break out of this loop. Yeah, I think that's what I want to do. Is that what I want to do? Actually, we could just say task right here. Because we took that out, so we'll say task status. Ooh, actually, do I want to do that? I just realized something. I just realized something. Let me back these changes out real quick here. So what's happening here? There we go. So we do want to check if it's a new task. We want to check and see, like, okay, so we're assigning what the current task is to it. That's fine. Yeah, I take this back. We actually need this for loop in here. So we'll still use some of this logic we just built in here, but we gotta rearrange it a little bit. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna enumerate over the task list. We're gonna check and see if the task agent is set to recon. So we can actually, oops, need to cut that. So we'll drop that logic check in here. So if is assigned to recon, then what we're going to do is we're going to set the task status, or if the task status equals new. So is new task. So if it's a new task, meaning it has been executed, then what we'll do is we'll set the task call to that. We'll set the state to here. Our index does come from the for loop, so we're good. That's our state current task right there. All right, let me step through this. So we extract the state from the list. We check, is it a new task or is it a working task? If it's assigned, and if it's assigned to recon. So we double check, we go iterate over the task list. We say, is it assigned to recon? Actually, I think what I want to do first, before I check if it's assigned to recon, I want to check the state of the task. We check this. Yeah, I think that's the better way to do this. We'll check the state of the task, because this is actually going to be a part of the loop now where it's going to check to see if they're validated. Bring this over. So it could be new, working, completed, or validated. Hang on one sec, guys. All right, I'm back. I'm back. Let's see. Sock needed a hand with something. Let's see. All right, so we're going to enumerate over the task list. Actually, I think before we do the enumeration, what we want to do is we want to check the current task. That's it. Yeah. So what we want to do is we want to check the current task. If the current task is working, think about this. So if the current task is working and we haven't assigned it, then we want to do this output. All right. So let's do that real fast. So we'll do if So we'll do if is assigned to recon and is working task. So we'll take care of the working task first. So if that's the case, then what we're going to do is we're going to set the task call equal to this. So we'll check that first. We'll see if it's good. Else then what we'll do is then we'll do the enumeration. So we're going to give priorities to already working tasks here. Yeah, I think that'll work best. Hey, Weeseen, what's up, man? Hope you're having a great Sunday and a happy Easter. Let's see. All right, so this is assigned to the recon agent. And if the task is working, then cool, we grab the task output, we get the state context, we set that as the context, we set the task call. This will then set it up down here for the LLM call. Perfect. Then we need to come through down here. So if it's assigned to recon, okay, we need to adjust these real quick here. I need to go back and back this change out. Undo. Okay, so hopefully that didn't mess with our if loop. Oh god, undo. So I wanted all of this stuff in here. How did I do this? Let me just copy that. So yes, what we're going to do is we're going to enumerate over this. I do need to put these back in here. There we go. All right, so the task agent is recon. Because this is actually iterating over this value now. I think I want to redo this one. Let's do current task. I want to rename this because I've got a little bit of a variable collision here. I don't want that. So what we'll do is we'll say current task. Just do a quick refactor. There we go. Excellent. So if it's assigned to recon and it's working, then boom, we got that. I can take this out. We don't need to know if it's a new task because that's going to be something different. Actually, I'll take that back. I want to do an else if here before we do an else. So let's come in here. We'll do an else if statement. We'll say yeah. We'll just do another quick check. We'll see if it's assigned to recon and it's new. Then we'll work through here. Is a new task. Is it else if or elif? I don't remember. Yeah, that's elif. There we go. All right, so if it's assigned to recon and it's a new task, then what we want to do is we're going to do the similar thing here, except we're not going to worry about doing this part. Current task equal current task output. Actually, that would work just fine, come to think of it, because the current task output isn't going to matter. So actually, we don't need this elif right here. What we can do is, if it's working and is a new task, or is a new task. So if it's a new or working task, and it's assigned to recon, then we can set here. Oh, actually, I take that back. This is a little bit different. This is checking if the current task is assigned to recon. Yeah. I take this back. I want to actually structure this a little bit differently. Because what we'll do is we'll check and see if the current task is assigned to recon. If it is, then we'll check, is it a working task? We'll do this section here. If it's a new task, we'll do a slightly different set of code. So we will do some nested ifs here. So if it's a working task, this out. Okay, so if it's assigned to recon, we'll move this in a scope line. We're going to set what the task call is. If task is working, we set our task call. And then is a new task. Yeah, so we check to see, is it assigned to recon? Is it a working task? We give priority to that. That's great. If it's a new task, we're going to do the same thing we kind of did here. We'll set our task call, but then we're going to take out we need to do this, but actually we need to do one more thing, and that is we need to set the current task. Let me do one more thing, because what we need to do is in the new call, we actually need to update it into here. Actually, we could do this. Never mind. I'm trying. Oh God, what am I doing? I'm making this really overcomplicated, but that's okay. That's part of this exercise for this. We'll say if it's a working task, do this. Because the only thing I need to do is I need to change the status from new to working if it's not. I'm trying to think of what's the best way to do this. So if the task is working, we want to set this data here, these two variables. It's very similar to if we set it to actually here, this can get moved up. This can get moved up a scope line. So if it's working, we want to set the context a little bit differently. Actually, we could just do it as an if statement. Is new task. Draco, what's up, man? Thanks for coming online, bro. Hope you're having a happy and fun Easter Sunday. What we'll do is we'll set the context here. Excuse me, I had to sneeze there. And Zara is building. What's up? Happy Sunday to you too. Thanks for coming online, y'all. All right, so what we're doing here, let me walk you through this. My thoughts on this, you can tell me if I'm an idiot. So we basically check the task list. We say, hey, is this assigned to recon? If it's assigned to the recon agent, we'll go ahead and set that as the task call. Oh, actually, I just realized something. Yeah, really, we just want to know, is it assigned to recon if it's working and if it's a new task? Oh, I want to do one more check here, actually. Let's see. Is validated task. So we'll check to see if this is a validated task. Because we want it to be assigned to recon and not validated. So what we'll do is we'll say, and not is validated task. Because that's actually the kicker. Once it hits this validated state over here, the task should be completely done. So we don't want to go iterating. We don't want to go acting on a task that's already been validated. So if it's assigned to recon and it's not validated, let's see. Then what we'll do is we'll set the task call. If it's working, we set the context here. If it's a new task, we are going to set the context, but what we're going to do is we're going to say task status. Actually, we could just say task call status. We'll set the task call status equal to working now. So we'll update it from new state to working state. And then I think that should... Task call should be set right here to current task. So what are we going to return? We're going to, after this is all done, we return the state table pass. Oh, I see what we're doing. Which actually, gosh, will that work? All right, let me make sure I'm working through this correctly. So here's our task, here's our context. The reason I'm double checking this, I don't know if this is passing, if this is actually referring it to by memory or by copy. Not sure when it does this. When you reference a individual entry in a state in a list, because task is going to be a list. That's our task right there. Actually, do we even use that? Oh yeah, we enumerate the tasks right here. I want to bust that out real fast. Because I want to make it explicit what we're enumerating when we hit this loop. So we'll take that line out. Let's see. So we set our context to state context. That should be fine. In fact, I don't think I even used that context right here. No, actually, I don't want to even set that. I want to set this to... What do I want to set that to? What is the context in the stinger state? Context is just a string, so I'm going to initialize that as an empty string right here. So we'll just have it be blank. So kind of bust out our current task. I gotta figure this out real fast because this is gonna drive me nuts. Python. Well, you know what we could do, actually? We could test something fast. Let's see. So it does assigning a variable as an entry in a list create a new variable or access by memory. So you assign a variable as an entry in a list, you're not creating a new variable, instead you're creating a reference. Let me see what they're... I don't think that's actually what I want to do. Assigning a variable from... What I need is like a real quick Python test of this. Basically, I'm trying to figure out if we have a list of copies in here. That's what I'm trying to think about. Because I'm not quite sure exactly how it's handling the list data. I know it does this for dictionaries, right? But let's say we have a variable called like list A in here, and it's a list of like items, and then we have another one called like dictionary A, and that's some kind of dictionary here. If I come through and I say var1 is going to be equal to dictionary A, what this is doing is this is actually just doing a memory reference in here. What I don't know is if I come through and I say var1 is going to be equal to, let's say, list A, but like the third entry in the or fourth entry in the list, right? Is that actually creating a copy of that entry to store in the variable, or are we doing a memory reference? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because in this case, all it's doing is it's accessing the memory address of the dictionary. If I did just the list, I believe it also does the same thing, and it does a memory reference to the list. It doesn't make a copy of it. Let's see. How does Python handle storing a list entry in a new variable? I can't spell variable. So in Python, when a list entry is assigned a new variable, it creates a reference to the original list element, not a copy. This means both the new variable and the original list entry point to the same object in memory. Okay, that's what I was trying to figure out. So in the little example, the little AI overview here gives. So we have a 1 hello and then a 1 2. So my new var is list entry 0. So if we print my new var, we get output 1. That's not really not super helpful for this example in here. But it says it's creating. Let's see. So my list was 0. So new var, we set here, it's reassigning the value of new var, but it's not assigning it to that. So my list 0 remains unchanged. Okay. As much as I was hoping to, like, bust those out to individual variables to make this a little bit simpler, I don't think that's quite going to work. So we can do this for current task, right? So we say the current task, it's going to be set here. We can usually use that here for the current task. That's fine. But whenever we want to set the task call, we can also use the current task because it's a copy of it. That's okay. No, actually, come to think of it, that is not okay. We want to do it down here like we were doing this. So we do want to do task call because task call is like an independent variable in here. This is fine. So if it's working, then cool, we can set the context here. All this is fine. But if it's a new task, we need to check this a little bit. So we don't want to check new task here as working. What we want to do is we actually want to grab this. We want to set the full status. Call it like the FQDN of the variable to working. So the task, we take the task, we're going to get it from the current task state here. So that's going to be our index of which task we're operating on, and then we'll set the status to. Yep. Okay, cool. So if it's a new copy, we're going to do the same thing. We'll get the current task output. It's still going to be blank. Actually, I'm going to take this out because it won't matter. We're just going to use the regular Stinger state context. That's just fine. And then, so if it's not assigned to recon, and it's not a validated task, then we'll do this. Meaning that, let's say, for example, we have our list of tasks, we go through, we're working on the first task, right? It goes to the entire chain here. Let's come over to recon, I'll show you. So let's say we get our list of tasks from Stinger. It runs through the entire state table, right? Or the entire state machine. Come through, we get recon agent, it hits the tool node, we go to the output formatter. If the validator validates it, we still haven't incremented the current task, right? So we're going to come up here to recon agent. It's going to check to see, okay, is it assigned to recon and is it not validated? If it's not validated, then it'll come down and hit our second code block down here. We're going to start iterating over it, looking for the next new task as we come through. Because it should go through it and finish a task completely before it moves on to the next one. I think this will work. So if it's working, we just set the context. We don't need to change anything else for it. Yeah, I believe this will work. And then down here, we set our task call. This is fine. We set it to whatever our individual task is. We'll take our state index, and then we set the current task to the new index, and then we break out of the for loop. So this is basically going to find, let's put a note here. This will find the first new task. There you go. So if it's assigned to recon and it's not validated, then bam, we go ahead and set that work call because we still need to do work on it if it's not validated. Let's see. Then if it's working, we do this. If it's a new task, we do this. Awesome. And then otherwise, then we start hunting for the new task. I misspelled task. Cool. Let's see. I think that might hopefully fix it. We're gonna find out. Let's go rerun it. Back over to Stinger. We grab state data. Let's go rerun this over in the studio. New thread. Run this from a Stinger. Paste in our input. So initializer sets the current task to 0. Okay, cool. We're hitting the tool node, so it did actually come through and kind of give us some output to this. So our messages, oh, there we go. We're going to perform an nmap TCP port send scan. Excellent. So we're going to wait for the tool node to work, except I just realized we didn't give it the proper parameters. Because we didn't update the IP address of the machine. It's still trying to scan like a non-existent IP address. Go fix that real quick. IP address is this. Damn it, I just copied it again. Oh. Bring in that new IP. There we go. Got to update that. AD Sakura Sensei. What's up, man? Thanks for coming online. Did I say that right? AD Sec featuring Sussy. Maybe that's it? Anyway, thanks for coming online. I hope you're having a happy and prosperous Easter Sunday. Call me Ben. I can do that. That is much simpler. Although I do like your username. Reading the usernames, honestly, is one of the fun things, the more fun things that I like doing. Okay, let me bring this out. Let's see, so this is going to be our start node. I think that's what we want to do. Maybe I should just make a new thread. There we go. It's admits. Okay, so we hit the initializer node. That's our first LLM call right there. Something I made during my PhD. ADS is anti-de-sitter. CFT is conformal symmetry, and Sussy is supersymmetry. Oh, okay. Dude, you're speaking my nerd love language right there. See, this whole time I thought that was AD security is sussy, which I agree with because I do AD security. So. Oh no, we hit an error in here. Invalidator. Task answer object is not subscriptable. Oh, it's because I believe we're probably using the wrong task answer in here. Because we're using the task answer from... Let me see where we actually ran across that error here. If we look at this in the Langsmith trace, it should give us a little bit more detail. Hey, but look at this. The task answer actually did come back. Baller. Alright. Alright, so where did we have the issue... Okay, here we go. Trace back. All right, so task answer object is not subscriptable. So let's look at the trace back here. So this is, it was in Recon Agent line 129. Let me go look at that. Recon Agent 129. Oh, it doesn't like one of these parts. Do I use Lang in my work? I work at 2 Sigma in risk management. Usually debugging is done the hard way. I don't. So I work in offensive security. I'm a penetration tester and red teamer. That's my day job. I've been doing that for the past 7 years. And just been in IT for like the past 15 years. So I'm doing this completely for fun. And what this little bot is sitting here doing is we're going to try and use LangGraph to basically make an agent system. Looks about like this. Bless this out real quick. And basically, this little agent system here should go through and play hack and capture the flags for us. So we have what's called Stinger, which is the supervisor, and we've got different agents to handle different portions of the attack lifecycle. So doing recon and enumeration is what we've got now. But once these are kind of a little bit more refined, we're actually going to add in exploitation and post-exploitation. So that would be getting code execution on the box we're attacking, and then finally, what do we do once we have that code execution on the system? That's our post-exploitation. And those two are going to be the biggest challenge so far. So we're just trying to get recon and enumeration into a good state, because once those are good, then the other ones will kind of follow a very similar path, but be a lot more detailed. So now this is just strictly a fun project. I started it to learn how to write code better, and also I know clients are going to start implementing a lot of these like AI workflows in their production environments. I wanted to know kind of what they're doing and get a better idea. So I'm basically building it so that when I come across it in a client's environment, I can break it more effectively. I'm going to break it scientifically. So this says our response, which is our LLM with structured output. Make it till you break it. That is right, band. That is absolutely right. I didn't realize it's almost midnight. Damn. Wife's gonna be mad at me when I come to bed. I actually have a lot of work I gotta do around the house because I'm trying to move this streaming computer. Tuesday night stream, by the way, it may or may not happen. I will let y'all know. I'll put a message up on Discord, but I need to get this setup here moved from one office to another. Right now, this computer is in its own little weird nook of the house. I need to actually get it moved over to the office so I can put a desk in for my son, because he is dying to have his own desk. So I was like, okay, fine. I'll up and shift and lift and move everything over to the other office so he can have his own little workstation here. Using tracing programs are kind of bad, and I've heard good and bad things about LangChain. I'm sure there are more efficient ways to do it, But so far I've been enjoying the kind of like the LangGraph ecosystem. So as you can see right here, I've got Langsmith's, I've got the whatever studio, LangGraph, Langsmith, LangChain, I don't know. But I've got the studio up here, which helps out a ton with doing like one-off runs, makes it very super helpful. And over here in Langsmith, where I can get the full trace of the data going through it, I enjoy the crap out of it. And you don't even have to use it. You could go through and you could disable it by just taking it out of the env file. But I've been enjoying it. So what is it saying? Task answer is not subscriptable. Now, which task answer is this using? Oh, well, this has to be using the output parser version of it. I can get this without the weird word wraps on it. I'm an old school soul who thinks if something's broke, fix it the old way. Yeah, I think it's neat. I know there is also a way, because what I'd like to do is, I know there's a way in here in the LangGraph CLI. There should be a way to hook in a debugger. I just haven't looked at it yet. So I could have my debugger hooked in here. When it hits those errors, I could go through and examine it. I probably should take the time to go do that. Probably after I fix this bug. Maybe I'll go look at it. Let's see. So it doesn't like if there's a question, answer in the response. So my attempt at doing data validation, it did not like. Just fine. I get that. So maybe I could just take out this parent if statement here. Actually, I just realized something. This actually could come out kind of bad because we have no else statement to catch this anyway. So here's what we'll do. We'll take this out. We'll move this in a scope line, and we'll just let it run. We should hopefully get an answer back. So what if I can actually tell it to continue from there? I know there's a way to it. I'm not using the studio to its fullest ability. Damn it, it's gonna make me run it again, isn't it? That's fine. Let me go grab my state data again. And then let me rerun this real quick. I will catch up on chat messages. Minimize. Enum, you can come back over here. And submit. Let it run. I prefer debugging with unit tests, albeit hard, but definitely the best way to learn how the code works. So I'm not a good developer. That was part of the whole goal for this project, right? So one of the things I actually need to learn how to do is proper unit testing. Okay, so we had to do an in-map scan. It's going to hit the output formatter. We're gonna hit the validator. Hopefully, no, it did the same thing. Task answer object is not subscriptable. I wonder why it's coming back with that. Now, where's it giving this error at? So if the response answer, I could have sworn that's what the response structure should be like. Though. Try something. Let me drop this out. This is the LangGraph CLI. I bet I probably just need to go figure out how to hook in the debugger to it. Let's go see here. LangGraph CLI next Reloading and debugging capabilities. All right, so what do I... So we could do a debugger port. So one thing I could do is I could have... I gotta figure out how to get PyCharm to connect to the debugger. Subscript errors are container errors. Well, what's weird is, so we get this, so task answer comes back as a pydantic base model, right? So we import this. Where's our output for us? This is the task answer that we're getting it back as here. So when this runs, what we're doing is we do an LM with structured output. We tell it a task answer, and then we get a response back. So the response here should be the type task answer. Oh, you know what? I realize what this is. Because this is a pydantic one. Yeah, I remember. Because this would be how we would get it if we were doing like a dictionary or a typed dictionary. From pydantic to get this back, there's a different way to do this. And I forget what it is. Pydantic base model get value by key. There's our user model. We pass in our user data user. Yeah, this is saying you should be able to subscript it. So why is it saying it's not subscriptable? Where was this being used? And our... Actually, this is being used in multiple places, I know. Oh, go away. I know this is going to be in our output formatter here. Let's see. So what we do is we tell it to choose our tool output, then we do... Oh, that's why, because it comes back as a tool call, if I remember correctly. Oh wait, no, this was a janky hack we did, where we told it what tool parsers to use, and so what we did is we did a tool call to get it back, so that's what we had to do it this way. I gotta remember exactly how we were doing this real. We never assigned the ports to this? Really? Did I actually just completely overlook that? Let me look at something. Yeah, host ports is always blank in here. What was the error? Oh, so the error was on validator line 129. So if the response answer key was blank, so we're trying to see if the answer came back as blank, which we've instructed the language model that, hey, if you don't know the answer, just leave the answer blank. That should be fine. So what we're getting back when we make the call here, in this case, we had a question, which was how many ports are open? Answer 2. Perfect. That's what we should have. So in theory, though, if we give it some kind of bogus question and it leaves it blank, then it should loop back around and try something differently, append basically all the work it's done to the context so it can try a different tool. This is a very basic example of it. But the error we're getting is, it said it looked, the error was on line 129. Let me rerun this. There we go. So line 129 is right here. So the response is a task answer. So this should be the response from the language model using our validator prompt. Yeah, because the error we're getting is task answer object is not subscriptable. So that would be a pedantic base model object is not subscriptable. It actually may just be .answer in here. Oh, it looks like it, yeah. So it looks like for pedantic base models, they're accessible by dot notation. Yeah, Band, I think you are correct. Let's go try that. Which bugs me because every other one, I can't do the dot notation. So this would be response dot answer, which is kind of annoying, actually. All right, so the answer is blank. We say the task is answered. We're passing to the recon agent. Else, we set the task to validated, and we set the current task answer to response. Actually, let me back this out real quick here. I'll leave it for now. I'll worry about error checking it later. We'll go ahead and change it to the dot notation. Yeah. Alright, so let's save that, and then I gotta go grab my state data again. We'll drop that in there. Alright. Let's run this again. Take it from the top, boys. Error check it later. Dude. Eventually, I will put error checks in here. I'd like for this code to eventually be really robust. But, yeah. At the same time, I don't want to get stuck. The concept of being stuck on the dot, right? And that is, you get so stuck on one particular issue, you never make progress. So, the error checking is a reasonable sacrifice to get this further running. And then as we come across the errors, like, hey, maybe the tool output doesn't come back with the correct response, then we'll start going and adding in our error checking. All right, so we do our recon validator. Now we get the same error, because it's not subscriptable. Why you bully me? Oh, this is a different one. It's on line 140. Damn it. Okay, so I gotta adjust all of these. So where else did I use response? Response. Okay, so this should be dot question. Take that out, and then this one will be answer. There we go. All right. Let's try this again. I just make a new thread each time. I know I'm not using the studio efficiently, but I'm using it well enough to get by. So our initializer makes our task list. We pass it down to recon. Recon says, let me do a TCP SYN scan. And the SynScan's pretty fast, so we'll let the recon tool node just run real quick. I commit bad codes all the time. Well, all my code is pretty much bad code right now. I'm still learning. Uh-oh. So, not implemented error. What did we get? Unsupported message type. What? Say what? Oh, I think I know where this is, actually. It's because I tried to put the response in there. So if we look at let's look at the call history, right? So validator comes through. Actually, it'll be simpler to look at this in here. So once we get down to the validator agent, right? So in validator, we have our input, which is our context. Target machine is this. Current task is here. When we get down to, here's all of our various pieces of information. When we get down to here, we look at our message history, right? We get our in-map output. I'll analyze the output and format it properly. Cool, we get that. Our output here, message 0, our messages right here. Wait, hold on. Where's our pedantic toolbars? Let me see. What's our output from this? Oh, so the output literally is a task answer type, which is a tool call here. So it's not going to be a message type. That's where. So what happens here is, actually, I took the response here, and we added the response to the AI message. So I think this is actually where it's throwing a fit, because the response isn't a valid message type. It's not an AI response. It's not anything. So it's basically, it's not an AI message with a tool call. It's literally just formatting it when we do this. That's where it's throwing a fit. Yeah. I'm doing the CPTS, and it's having me install tools from Python 2.7. Ben, have you heard about our Python dependency Lord and Savior, Docker? That is, every time somebody's like, Docker's useless, it's overcomplicated, blah, 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 I'm like, counterpoint, Python dependencies. There's an undocumented additional layer of hell that Dante Alighieri did not get to, which was Python dependencies. In fact, the tools that, which tool in particular is it trying to get you to use, Band? Our pivot? Hang on one second. Exegol may not actually have it. Let's see, what tools are installed in Exegol? Okay, it doesn't have it in here. Exegol is an entire pen testing platform designed to basically be able to run in Docker. So think of it like an entire Kali instance inside of Docker, but not Kali, and purposely built for like segregating things into different projects. Yeah. Here, let me... this is the documentation. Here's the actual project. I'll drop the link to it here. It's actually really cool. I partially kind of used it, but really it was a bit overkill for what I needed. Instead, I would just go the common tools that I needed to run, particularly things that are running old-ass Python dependencies. I would go spin them up in Docker containers. I would make a bash script to be a wrapper to make it nice and convenient for running them from the command line, and that was how I did it. Been working on physics-informed neural nets these days. I have no idea what you just said, but you have piqued my interest, sir. I mean, I have tinkered around a very, and I mean very, minor a bit with neural nets and like understanding them. Before I went into offensive security, I was working, doing blue teaming, and I was so burned out on it Because I really got tired of like just no progress being made, everything being stuck in bureaucratic hell. And in fact, I disliked the company I was working for so much, I don't even list them on my LinkedIn. I just list what industry they were in. But because of that, I was very seriously considering, because I have a degree in math, pivoting over into machine learning and data science. So I was starting to kind of explore that field, and then my opening in offensive security came in. So that's when I took that hard turn into it. Let's see. Yeah, I have a bachelor's degree in math, so I don't have a master's or a PhD or anything. I think I would have liked to have stopped at a master's. I think PhD would have been so specialized I probably wouldn't have enjoyed it, but I liked seeing the broad range of things. Abstract algebra or modern algebra, doing loops, rings, and fields, that was my jam. I really enjoyed that. Hey Carson, what's up, man? I'm running the stream a little bit late tonight because I'm trying to get a certain feature running. I had to take a really long break earlier to go run the honey badger containment protocol. He was out of his bed again, so it's all good, man. Oh, you did string theory, nice. So do you have a PhD? And if so, is that PhD in physics? Because I was double majoring in math and physics. I ended up dropping the physics portion to graduate faster because I was getting married. I had to be able to support the misses. What was I doing? Oh, that's right. We were letting this run out. So let me go grab my state table again. Let's go run this again and see if it actually works now. And then if this works, I need to port those same changes over to the enumeration agent. PhD in math. Ooh, nice. Let's see. G32 holonomy in SO10 compactified Calibre Yau manifolds. Yep, that sounds like PhD level stuff. Like I said, the furthest I really got was, like I said, we did abstract algebra doing loops, rings, and fields. And that was about as high a math as I got. But I really enjoyed abstract algebra. It was a fun subject. I had some really great professors in the math department at TCU. In a discrete structures class now and not enjoying it. Dude, what's funny is, let me see if I can find something real quick. You find this funny. It's nothing, glamorous, but keep in mind, this was me. Here we go. This was me doing math homework with my 6-year-old. Here's how his math homework started. He's homeschooled, by the way. Here's where we finished with it. So we started with, there's more of bees than flowers, and we ended up with truth tables. How it started. How it's going. My wife just shakes her head at me. She's like, I'm not going to be able to help him with his math homework if you keep this up. He's a very bright kid, and thankfully, I think I have a very good gift for teaching, so... Oh, dude, you know what I just realized? Look at this. It passed the stuff from Recon, hit Recon handoff, and now it's in the enumeration agent. Boom! Okay, once it finishes this run, we'll go take a look at the entire run of it. But that's badass, because that means the logic actually did pass. We'll see if it passed correctly in the Recon agent. We'll go check it out in the enumeration agent here. I can't wait to start adding Active Directory stuff into this. That's gonna be freaking baller. Yeah, he keeps asking me, like all these questions. He's like, "Hey, Daddy, what's this?" And so like I worked with him on skip counting since he was very little, like 2 or 3 years old, and he got really good at it. So then teaching him multiplication was very simple. And then he's like, "Well, how do we do multiplication backwards?" Because he knew adding and subtracting were backwards. Like, well, that's called division. I'll give you an example of it, but don't worry about that for now. We will get to division eventually. So I gave him like one example. He comes back to me the next day. He's like, "Oh, Daddy, I figured out division. It's just skip counting backwards." And I'm like, "You're not wrong. You're not wrong, kid." So he figured that out. And then he'll ask me like, "Hey, what's this little 2 up here?" And it was on one of his little things. It was a Pythagorean theorem, and it was the exponent. I'm like, "Kid, could we please just work on what you've learned and get that down before we start doing exponentiation? Pretty please." Oh, he's so funny. I think he's going to be my book smarts, and I'm pretty sure Honey Badger, my younger one, that's Agent Zero, my 6-year-old. Honey Badger, my 3-year-old. I'm pretty sure he's going to be my street smarts. I think I have a fairly good gift for teaching, and I have one of the best things about it is, and I learned this from my math degree, was teaching by analogy. I also used to teach martial arts. I've taught a lot of things. So I taught martial arts for several years. I worked as a teaching assistant at the community college where I started before I transferred to TCU. I was a physics tutor while I was at TCU. I taught Sunday school, and we got to do like the kids weren't doing sacramental prep, so we had these students that were kind of in this weird in-between phase. So we got to do like interesting topics, like what happens to the liturgical calendar if you're traveling at relativistic speeds, stuff like that. So we got to do really interesting stuff. So I've had a lot of teaching experience just over the years. I taught a course at Black Hat for 4 years, so I just have a lot of experience with it. Yeah, what I did was a mixed martial art. It was a particular system called Tong Il Lo, Tongillo. And it was a mix of Taekwondo, Aikido, Jiu-Jitsu, Kempo, and Thai boxing. So it was one of like the more formalized original mixed martial arts. It was coming about when MMA was first starting, like the UFC and things like that. I actually want to take Agent Zero to go do Jiu-Jitsu once I find some time to do it. I'll look at something over in the Robo Pages server. Bust out of here. Okay. So GoBuster actually is running, so that is badass. I want to see what the output from GoBuster looks like, because we actually never got GoBuster to run through the various issues. So it's running it now. We'll see how long it takes, then we'll go check it. I did used to watch UFC for a long time. I haven't really watched it very much lately. I would like to start doing it again. I just run out of time. Usually I'm doing some kind of work in the evenings to like do professional development and things like that. So like this is actually technically part of my professional development for work. It's just it's self-directed professional development. I have other tasks that I'm working on doing. So like I was saying way earlier in the stream, when I get this AI agent kind of up and running and get it all the way through post-exploitation, which is going to take a bit because we got to hook it into Mythic C2. Eventually, I want to start adding stuff that I learn in as functionality to it. Like, okay, cool. We're going to start adding functionality for recon and enumeration of like Azure environments up in Windows land. I also started Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu last year, and as soon as I got wrecked by a white belt with 2 stripes, I was hooked. That's how it works, man. That's how it do. It's like, okay, you had my interest, now you have my attention. You went to UFC 304 and met Tommy Aspinall? Nice, dude. Man, back when I was watching UFC, I think the last time I really watched it was when Fedor was still fighting. And I remember when he kind of came out of retirement and just got wrecked, I saw that was going to happen immediately. Because Fedor used to just look like the Iceman, right? He was all business, no emotion, and just went in and wrecked house. He was amazing. And then I saw him kind of like come back from retirement, or he had been gone for a long time. And his emotions were just all over his face. You could tell he wasn't in the right mindset, and he just got worked over. Oh, you went to a Fedor fight? I am jelly. I am mad jelly. I would have liked to have seen him fight. Let me see if I can check something real quick. So, let's do a Docker PS real fast. We got GoBuster running. I think we could do Docker logs from relaxed ride. Let me see. Okay, cool. So it's still doing that. I'm gonna run a watch command on that. I have no idea how big the medium list is. Interesting. Oh, okay. I think it's only outputting the ones that it's finding. I don't know how far in the progression it is. That's it. While this is running, I'll be right back. I gotta get a drink of water because my throat is dying. But here, I will leave this up so we can kind of see where it goes. I'll be right back, guys. All right. I'm getting my ass kicked constantly. Dude, that's how it works. That's how you get better. You don't get better by winning all the time. You get better by losing and adapting. Oh, cool. Looks like the agent run finished. Nice. Cool. Let's go look at this in this. Let's go look at the trace on this. All right, so let's look. So what we defined was we had 4 tasks kind of come back and get defined. So scan the target, how many ports are there? Oh, I didn't want it to do this. Actually, look at this. How many ports are open on the target? This task requires running a port scan to identify... This was slightly unintended. The answer in question actually should not be on here. So we might need to go update the this chat prompt here. We might need to actually come back through and switch it so that it does not... We say leave the question and answer blank. Or maybe just leave the answer blank for now. Actually, this could be handy. I may have actually got an unintended nicety out of this. Lord Nikon. We are in the presence of greatness. Thank you for coming online. My man, I just want you to know, a lot of my emotes were inspired by Lord Nikon. Look at this. Look at this. The Cookie Monster. I love the Cookie Monster. I kind of like what this has done, though, actually. So this is kind of neat. We might be able to make use of this later, but for now, what I wanted to do is... Interesting that it actually recommended using GoBuster in here. But I think that's one thing. I'm going to put it in the to-do list. So I'm not going to change it right now. So in Stinger, I need to add a new task to this, which will be, we want to adjust task list prompt to leave the question answer part. Answer fields blank on generation. I think that might be what to do, or at least the answer. I was a DJ in Chicago with that name for 20 years, developing an agent now. Bro. First off, that's awesome because I'm always slightly enamored by DJs because I just don't have that musical inclination. The closest thing I had was I played the piano when I was a kid. I wish I had never stopped because now I would very much like to just sit down and bang out a tune on the piano. So, you're developing an agent now? So what kind of agent, Nikon? Also, if you have not seen the 1995, I think it is, movie Hackers, that is recommended watching for everybody. I love that movie. It's like a pug dog. It's so ugly, it's beautiful. Alright, so let's come down to the recon agent. Let's see what it did here. Okay. Maybe we had a status error on this. I don't think we had an error. Should be fine. We had an interrupt, but that interrupt was actually planned. Alright, let's see what we did here. Alright, so what did we do here? So, recon agent, we made an LLM call. We said our task is scan the target, how many ports are open. Context target machine IP is this. All right, great. So we got an output for in-map TCP send scan. We ran that. That came back doing some stuff. Went to our output formatter. We used our in-map output format, which is fantabulous. That is great. Then we went to our validator. So our validator said, examine the task, use the tool output to determine if the task question can be answered correctly. If the question cannot be answered using the tool output, leave it blank. So we want to have a reason and a response. So the response is... Oh, actually. So I guess we can take that out of this right here. We can take out that response. I'll do that real fast because that's easy enough to do. Where was our validation prompt? That's our enum prompt. That's Stinger, Recon. Where the hell was it? Oh, get task answer prompt. Here we go. So we can take out these 3 lines right here. There we go. We'll do that. So a character from a book I started about things getting better faster, then they go wrong. So my agent Ares jumped out of a novel Crafters into Klein. Cursor's next. Preparing a new home with Master and MCP. Nice, dude. I'm not familiar with Master. What is that? I really like MCP. I haven't dug a ton into it, but one of my buddies actually wrote an integration for Mythic C2, which we're going to use when we get into the post-exploitation part, using MCP for that. And so I need to go look at his code because I'm going to expand on it eventually, because once I get to the post-exploitation agent, I'm going to have a good time. All right, so I made that update. Let me go back over here, check what we got. So that's awesome. So we did get a correct answer for that. That is great. Actually, let me come back up here. Let me look at our task list real fast. So we assigned 1 task to recon. We assigned 3 to enumeration. Okay. But the enumeration agent does not have the added logic to it. So we can start porting that over now. Let's see. This was actually done. So we did this for recon. So let me put a note here that we did that for recon. And so this is completed. And then let me copy this line. And we'll just drop that right there. So we need to add this over here. Yep. Oh, so Master is a TypeScript agent framework from Gatsby. Gotcha. I've done a lot of JavaScript. I never really did a ton of TypeScript, but I chose to use LangGraph because it does have some stuff you could do over in JavaScript, but mostly I chose LangGraph and then I used Python because that was what it supported. Let's see. I think I could take this out. We will have to expand the recon agent. I'm going to leave that in there for now. Because we changed how the nmap output formatter worked completely. Let's bring this over a wee bit. Actually, I want to go ahead and commit this code that we've got right now. Let's see. I think I need to commit all of this code, believe it or not. Let me drag this over really far. Let me see what I changed over in Stinger. Did one minor change. Yeah, that's fine. Let me look at the state table change. Yes, I do want those in here. That's going to be of type task answer. Oh, let me go ahead and make a prompt update real quick. So the prompt update for our task list. Task answer prompt output. No, that's not it. Oh, it's this. It should be this one here, our Stinger prompt. Let me bring this over because I need to adjust the Stinger prompt real quick. I did Python in school and I was going to use LangGraph JS, but Master looked simple as... Okay, yeah, I agree. I can understand that. I just was a little burned out in JavaScript because that's what I had done a ton of. I wrote the entire UI for another tool called Damos C2, which was written in Golang. I didn't do any of the Golang. I did all the JavaScript there in the front end development, and that was as much JavaScript as I've ever wanted to do. So, let's see. I think I want to refactor this real quick here. Instead of Stinger prompt template, I wanted to call this the task prompt template. Is that what I want to do this? What are my usages for this? I use this as an initializer. Yeah. I do want to rename this. Let's refactor this. Instead of calling it the Stinger prompt template, I'm going to call this the task list prompt template. And then I'm going to rename this right here. So this would be... I'm going to make a couple of quick cleanups. So this would be task list. And this will also be task list. And same thing. I'm just going to do this by hand. And I made a typo in there. We are going to have the Stinger output in here, and then this should not be the Stinger prompt. This should be the task list prompt here. Take out that breadpoint. I think we're good there. Oh, okay. Yeah, I did want to make that change to it. All right. Recon agent, we did make a bunch of changes to it. Those should all be good. Prompts is fine. Output formatters, we added a bunch of stuff. Enum agent, I'm not going to add the changes. Actually, I'm going to add the changes right there. This is going to be adding validator node to Recon. We'll go ahead and push those up to GitHub. Oh, I didn't add the to-do list? Go do that with it. To-do list. I think I could just delete this wordlist.py. I don't think I'm going to worry about that right now. I'm leaving it in there just in case I need it. The UI UX guy's only thinking imagery. Dude, it was a lot of JavaScript. A lot of it was Node and Vue.js. And it was interesting work, and it gave me a very good perspective on UI UX. But at the same time, I don't ever want to do it again. And I know I'm going to have to do it eventually for this project, so it won't be so bad. Hey, Nikon, yeah, man, if you just want to lurk around, I appreciate you dropping in, man. Especially with a name like Lord Nikon, that is awesome. By the way, if you guys want to see this code, it is up on GitHub if you want to mess around with it. It's on the BlazeBits GitHub. And the repo is called HackTheBot. So yeah, I'll drop it in chat. If anybody wants to go tinker around with it, mess with it, you're more than welcome to. Be warned. Trust none of this code, it lies. It is super, super early stage on it. Alright, how much time do I have? Can I port these changes? Can I port the validator node? Oh, the validator and the agent changes, they all have to go over to Recon. Or over to Enum. Java libs are large, so kind of better. I don't know about that. I do kind of prefer C++, especially over Java. To put it as one of my buddies once said, saying that Java's great because it works on every machine is kind of like saying anal's great because everybody's got the port for it. I think I can take that out. This isn't stub code anymore. Alright, let me come over to... God, I made so many changes over here. Totally off topic, but any suggestions for a first cert? I was thinking Security Plus. I mean, for a first pass, Security Plus is not bad. I don't usually recommend something like the CEH. I would say, actually, if you wanted to look at something, what they've got over on TryHackMe. Let me add an hour to this. Let me see. I'm trying to remember what they are. TryHackMe certs. They've got their own certifications, and I think those ones are pretty decent. Actually, it may not be TryHackMe. I think they just released their first one, which was the security analyst level 1. I think actually what I'm thinking about is the hack the box certs. Yeah, the CPTS, Certified Penetration Test Specialist. This one's not too bad. There's Certified Bug Bounty Hunter, CDSA. Getting started is one that's a little bit troublesome. I'd say if you don't know networking, actually start with the Net Plus, because networking is one of the things that constantly bites everyone in the butt if they don't understand it. My beginning into IT as a career was very heavy into networking. Check out simulatedcreativity.com. All right, give me one sec, Nikon. I will check that out. Let's see. Actually, another good one, Carson, to try to look at. So I'm guessing this is you're talking about like your first like security certifications for like going in and like starting to work in security. Are you thinking about going down the blue team or eventually going down the offensive security path? Let me ask that question because that'll actually change the answer. Let me check that. Simulated activity. Touching the uncanny valley. Can you roleplay as Eris? Installing SAS mode, calibrated confidence, sparkles locked and loaded. Boop. It's pretty funny. So what does it talk about for Eris here? Because when I see that, I think of the character from Final Fantasy VII. Oh, so I'm a college student getting my degree in computer information systems, leaning more towards offensive security. Okay. Then definitely, especially like if you can work in that certification as part of your degree path, sometimes I know a lot of universities will do that. Start with something like the Net Plus. Get your networking fundamentals down, understand the OSI model, what happens at layer 2 with MAC addresses, things like that, what happens at layer 3, 4. Those are the biggies there. Making sure you understand those so you can understand, like, hey, is the stuff I'm even trying to do getting to the right location? So work on that, and then after you get through that, Sec Plus I don't think is all that bad. How much is the Sec Plus? Let's see. $400. Annual renewal will be at $50. Yeah. Sec Plus is not terrible. I would say go ahead and do this for your path. I would say do Net Plus and Sec Plus, and then if you wanted to start working down the offensive path, look at the CPTS right here, which I think Band is actually going through right now. So you could ask him questions like what his thoughts are on it. Scroll to the bottom. All right. Scroll into the bottom. President Shimako. Was that his name? Oh, God. What was his name in the movie? Damn it. Idiocracy, the prophetic movie. It was not supposed to be prophetic. Did you know they picked... for that movie, Mike Judge picked Crocs because he literally tried to find the ugliest shoe that nobody would ever find popular? I don't know why cybersecurity is always a certification program. It's because you really only have two ways to kind of prove your work knowledge, Ben, whenever you're looking at cybersecurity, and that is through certifications or through work product. And a lot of people don't know how to do like work product, and that can be a very difficult thing too. Cybersecurity also is something that is a blanket over every other vertical of information technology. So you got databases, you got security around that. You got web apps, you got security around that. You got internal Active Directory, you got security around that. You got cloud-hosted Azure Active Directory, which is now Entra. You got security around that. So it touches on every single aspect of information technology.
So the certifications try to help bundle. It's like, okay, cool. They have certification X. That means that they understand, at least fundamentally, security around those things, and we can work with them. Their idea is that the certifications are not supposed to be an end goal. They're supposed to be a baseline minimum amount of knowledge that you've got so that you can build up from there. That's why as you progress in your security career, whether it be on blue team or red team, the certifications start mattering less and less as you progress through it. Then it becomes completely, what is your work output? In the beginning, it's 80% certifications, 20 to 10% work output. And then it flops as you get about 5 years into your security career. It becomes more, hey, this is my work output. These are some certifications that I got a long time ago. I had certifications that lapsed before I even graduated from college because they only lasted 3 years. Why not make it a degree where it's blue or red? I mean, a lot of places try to do that. They try to have those certifications or those like career paths. But the problem is a lot of security isn't academic. It's a lot of like, hey, here's user psychology and where they're messing up with it. Here's common misconfigurations that change on a dime, right? It's like, hey, by the way, we stood up a new database. That's great. You left default config here, which allows me to now exploit this to get this next attack in the chain and so on and so forth. So it changes so incredibly rapidly. It's very difficult to get a degree program for that. There's a couple that have done that and they have a lot of success with it. But even then, they're teaching a lot of fundamentals, like deep fundamentals with it. Hey, Noom, what's up, man? You're coming into the show awfully late, but I appreciate you. How you doing, man? Yeah, Ben, not an easy problem to solve. I get where you're going with it, and I think that would be awesome to do it, but there's going to have to be some galaxy brain to figure it out. Am I planning to get the CPTS? I am not. I had, who was that? Carson was just asking for certification suggestions, so we were kind of like making a little plan out for him. Mapping out a little path. All right, I need to go look at... I believe, actually, all this logic for the recon agent will work if I just lift and shift it over to the enumeration agent. So that's what I'm going to do. We're going to come back over here. Because these both had... Basically, the enumeration agent was a copy of the recon agent that we modified. And so what we'll do is we're going to lift and shift this code, and then we're going to go modify it real fast here. Okay, so we're going to do... This shouldn't be recon. We'll say enum. And this one, we're going to refactor this is assigned enum. See, we'll check if the status is working. This should be enum here. And this is going to be get enum prompt template. I believe that's all the messages we need to change. Actually, we need to make this enum agent. There we go. At my company, they call it security engineering, and they hire folks who work in cyber but have a background in engineering. Oh, okay. I mean, that's actually usually the best way I think to do it is, you need to, a lot of people, and I do know some people that have done this, they've gone directly into security from having like no experience. They are the exception that prove the rule. Typically, you're going to be working the traditional IT path, and then as Pirate Software had put it, and I thought this was a great explanation, security becomes like your prestige class. So working in IT, doing IT engineering, going through like the help desk, tier 1, 2, 3, going into some kind of blue teaming role, and then, or not blue teaming, maybe a blue teaming role, But then once you get into security, that's where you actually start specializing in it. So that's the way I like to think about it too. And I know I've told this story 100 times. So I'm going to keep telling it because it's a perfect example. Sometimes what happens is a lot of people get tripped up because they see an introductory something to security, and then they don't have the foundation on how to do it because they don't understand the technology that they're trying to secure. So you have to understand the technology to then come secure it. Occasionally you can take shortcuts, but that's the general rule. And I had people that would all the time at the college I was at take introductory cybersecurity and get BTFO'd because they didn't understand the basics of technology that were needed for it. They didn't understand anything about how to navigate like a Linux operating system. They didn't understand how files moved around on the computer properly. They barely understood how things worked in RAM versus on disk, how processes worked, how process inheritance works, things like that. And then they would complain about this. They're like, well, hey, that's an intro course. And my department head had the best response every single time. And it was, if the course was called Introductory Brain Surgery, do you think you would be qualified to take that course? And by the way, Justin R. Trader, thank you for coming online, man. Welcome in. Happy Sunday. Well, Sunday's over now. Happy Moon Day. Okay. Output formatter, I believe, is good. I really don't think we actually need this anymore. I think the host section is largely unusable right now, come to think of it. Yeah. I'll leave this in here for now, but this code is actually just not really doing much. What we do need to do, though, is we need to come get the validator node. So all this validator code, we're going to go take this. Boop. And we're going to go drop this over here now. I think we did this prior to handoff. Yeah, it was prior to handoff. We're going to kind of keep the code similar. Drop this in. What's funny to me is, like, I took cryptography in undergrad, and I know how to move files in Linux, but I still can't be a security engineer. Well, see, like, so cryptography, like, if you took it, like, in the same way I did, where, like, we were doing it with number theory and things like that, that is completely different than how it actually gets implemented on the computers. And a lot of times there's a lot of impetus to never write your own crypto. There's like standard crypto libraries. Output formatters there. And so rolling your own crypto is sure enough a way to disaster. That's why when wireless encryption came out with WEP, it was such a big deal because RC4 is a very hard cipher to break, but they made a critical mistake, and in the initialization vector, they limited it to 2 bytes, 65,536 integers. So it was very easy to get over that. If they had just made that 4 bytes, where it was billions in there, web would have been a lot more secure. It was an implementation error of a very strong cryptographic process. All right, Carson, you have a good night, sir. Keep crushing it in those classes. I've been trying to put out a little bit more over into YouTube, but unfortunately, I don't want to bug my editor because he's very busy with school. He was doing it for free, and so I told him, I was like, man, I want you to really just focus on your schoolwork right now. Okay. We need to do one more thing. We need to add our enum workflow. We need to add an edge. And this edge is going to come from our... I want to rename this. Where's our output formatter? Yeah. This is going to be enum output formatter. I'm going to change that. And then from enum output formatter, we're going to add an edge to our graph over to the enum validator. Is that what I called it? Hold on, let me look real quick. Yeah, recon validator. So we'll call this enum validate to keep with the same naming convention. So we add an edge to enum validator, and then we're going to add a workflow node. So we'll add a node, and the node is going to be called. So here we're going to call this enum validator. And that's going to go to the validator function. There we go. Boop. And then now we're going to add one more edge from enum validator to the agent. Yep, that was incorrect. That was totally incorrect. Copy that. There we go. Got it. RC4 is one of the first things you learned. Yeah, man, dude, RC4 is a very strong cryptographic, algorithm. They just screwed up the implementation of it. Oh, I need to take that out. So if I save this, do we get errors? Any errors? Nope. Let me go check it in the studio real quick. Oh, look at that. That's so pretty. We now have our enum validator. We have our handoffs. Okay. I'm going to run this one more time. If this works, I'll commit this code, and I think we'll call it a night there. Because I think that is a very, very solid night's work. Do that. We'll comment this. Let's go run this thing. It collapse this. Collapse this. Okay. All right. Let's see if we can get this to run. Actually, let me do this in a new thread. There we go. All right. Hit the initializer. We're going to get a task list back. We're going to pass to Recon. Let me look at the task list real quick while Recon's running through doing its thing. So what was the task list that we actually came back with? Let's see. So we had, the first one goes to Recon, and then all the rest go to enumeration, which is fine. This task right here, what service is running on port 22, it really could be answered by one or the other. We learned plain, block ciphers, and auth encryption. I think really the only encryption algorithm we really went through while I was doing math was for number theory, and we did the RSA algorithm. One thing we could actually do for more efficiency is we're running tasks to answer questions that we shouldn't need. So actually the host section would be handy, because what we could do is we could have the we could have the agent actually come over here and have it do like a knowledge query and say, okay, what host are we checking? Great. What data do we have from that host? Can any of this data be used to then come through and find what this is doing? Let's see what we're doing. We're doing a service enumeration. We'll let this run for just a little bit. When it hits Go Buster is where we're going to have a little bit of trouble with it. I probably should go change the Go Buster YAML file to port to the small raft list, because the medium raft list takes a couple minutes to run when it's doing this. What tool is it running now? Oh, it's doing the service enumeration, which does take it a second. So we're just gotta chill out. We gotta let the tools run for a second. Eventually, I do want to get a UI built for this, and I probably will use some vibe code for that, because I just don't care about the UI. I don't care to take the time to learn React, and so I'll probably vibe code that. No, what happened? Damn it. All right, we got a list out of range error. All right, so where did we get the error from? Let's go. Let's see. Enum agent on line 62. Let's go look at that real quick. What's going on line 62 here? Okay, so for some reason, this was our response tool call. Wait, why did that go out of range? Did our language model not return a tool call? Let's go look at the trace real quick. Wait, where was that function at? Where, hold on. So, where was 62 at? 62 is actually in the enum agent. Yeah. So there's something up with this line of code right here. Did we get a tool callback? Oh, for some reason it didn't get the context for Apache for some reason. It didn't get the system context here. That's weird. Well, the reason it became out of range is because we have structured this to where it's only going to return one tool call at a time. So what we're doing is we're pulling out the 0 tool call because it returns a list of tool calls. So because of the way we've structured it, we're only going to make one tool call at a time. So we got to pull out the base, basically the only element of the list, and we get the name of it. And it looks like for some reason it lost the context somewhere in here. See that? It should have a context of what the target machine IP is. The question is, why did it lose the context up here? So if we come back here, one of the cool things is while this is still running, we can actually go view the state. So if we view the state here and we look at the Stinger context, let's see. Let me collapse the task view real fast. So collapse host, collapse messages, collapse task. So here's our context here. So that's weird. Once we hit... So what was the... Well, look at the state here for just a second. Let's look at this. Collapse. 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 Current task was 1. Yeah, we've got our context here. For some reason, the context, though, if we look at the trace here, and we look at what was actually sent to the language model, the context didn't make it. Makefile? I don't have a makefile. Oh. Wait, hold on. No, this should be fine here. Context equals the state context. Yeah. Oh, here's why. Look at that. It is referencing the individual variable here. It must have hit the else statement, and context was never set. See that? Okay, I got a simple fix for this. What we'll do is we're going to set the context to the state context here. And then what we're going to do is context dot append the current task context. So we'll just append that to the list. That should fix that. Is the context a string? Oh, the context is a string. Let's see. Yeah, I forgot about that, actually. I forgot about this. The state context here should just be a string. Let me think. How do I want to adjust this real quick? Let me check something real quick before I go making changes. Okay, let me back out those changes real quick. Let's look at something in the trace here. So if we look at the enum agent, when it wants to make the tool call, look at this. Yeah. So for some reason, hold up. So when we do the recon call, right? Boom. Got the target machine. No problem. And then when we come down and we make the first tool call, we get this here. We look at something real fast here. What is the state when it hit this node? Bring this up so I got a little bit more working room here. Let's see, so we hit the stinger agent. Actually, so that was when we passed it down to enum for the very first one? Wait, hold on. Set the current task to 1, we're passing to enum. So that was when it hit the very first one in here. Wait, that doesn't track, does it? Oh, I guess that was the very first one. No, we have two calls down to enum. Oh, you know what I think I did? I know what I did. In recon, I think we also adjusted the router. Let me check it real fast. Actually, no, I take that back. Yeah, this should be fine. It's the same recon and enum should have the same router logic. Yeah, they're exactly identical. Except we're going to go to the enum versions of it. We're going to go to the tool node or to handoff. All right, let's go see something. So we had the context for the first hit of enum. Hit the output formatter, we hit the validator, then we hit the enum agent. And so for somewhere between here, so this is when it switched topics, right? It switched tasks. So when we switch task for some reason, that would explain why we didn't hit this in the recon agent. So let's come look up here. So what happens is, so if it's assigned, so we skipped over the first block, right? Because we hit a new task, right? So we set up our task call, our state, and then we set our current task equals index. That's fine. That's why. Look at this. We set the context here, but we never set the context here. See that? So let's look at what happens to the context variable. Context gets set up here. We initialize it as a blank string. Down here, we set it up as a list of strings. That's totally fine.
We could do it a little bit differently by actually setting it to be something different. This will work, however. So we set this up, but we're missing a critical piece of logic here, and that is when it shifts tasks, we don't set the context. So what we have to do is just simply copy this. And really, context should be a string, so as I'm looking at this, I think I actually want to make some minor modifications here. So let me go fix this in the recon agent. We did not hit this issue in the recon agent because it only had one task assigned to it. It didn't have to task switch. So we didn't run into this error. So let's go ahead and set that real quick. Let's take, oh my God, don't take all my code out. Good Lord. Let's take this out right here. And we'll do the same thing here. So that's going to be our context. And then actually I want to make a modification to this right here. So this will be the exact same thing. So copy that, set it here. We actually are going to format it as strings with some new lines. We'll fix this one and then we'll go fix it in the other one. Because I really should keep this as string data just for simplicity. So then what I want to check this as, I think I want to do... I think what I want to do is just put in a new line here. And then we'll just do some more string concatenation. Boom. There we go. What was current task output? Oh, current task output was a list of strings. That's why. Yeah. That was why we had done it that way. Yeah, you know what? It'll work. But this is the main one we needed. This one and actually adding this line right here is what we needed to fix. So let's make sure we did that over in the enum agent. Yep. Damn it, it was working so good too. All right. Well, we got the update done. Let's go grab it real quick again. All right. My wife hates when I say this, but we're just going to try this one more time. Giggity. Okay. Let's let this guy run real fast here. And then if this run completes successfully, that's what we're going to call it a night tonight. We think we're going to finish the stream because I have been streaming for like 5 hours. And if I don't go to bed at a halfway reasonable time, my wife probably will murder me if I sleep. If we look at the task list that it returns here. So initializer returns 4 tasks. So we go recon, enum, enum, enum. That's fine. Alright, cool. So recon did all of its work just fine. We're hitting the enum agent. Alright, so for the tool node, we're hitting in-map service enumeration scan. And like I said, one thing we could do here is... Claps that. Claps. Claps down, you bastard. It won't let me collapse it. Annoying. Go over here. Okay. One thing you can see here, I know it's a little bit lightened because it's currently highlighting this node, but one thing we could do is over in the enum agent is we could also put a conditional logic for the router to check it first. Basically say, hey, by the way, can we check to see if the answer exists here already? Like from the data that we've got. But to do that, we need to fix up the host data structure. But so far, it's working. Right now, it's trying to do an in-map service scan, which for some reason just takes forever.
By the way, I don't know what my mother-in-law was doing. She for some reason just gave me this mug that's got like, I don't know, porcupines on it. I like it. Hold on, while this is running, I'll be right back. It's moved on to Go Buster. You see where that was in the task list here. Let's go check it out. Which I think task list, okay, cool. So that's actually the last one in here. So let's look at the previous one. So for our answer, question, what version of Apache is running? We had Apache 2429. Nice. And the tool we used for that was HTTPX tech detect. Nice. What was the output from that? Boop. Nice. This is coming together very well. Now the problem is the Go Buster brute force is going to take forever. I probably should use a smaller word list in here. This would be one of those areas where, like, if it uses something that it needs a word list, it would be handy to bubble up to the user and say, hey, by the way, can you supply a word list? Awesome sauce. Let's see, let's do a Dr. PS real fast. Not POS. Which one's our Go Buster? That is Laughing Satoshi. So let me do logs for Laughing Satoshi. And what we'll do is we'll just run a watch on that. It'll be interesting to see if it realizes that panel is the hidden one in here. Because that is actually the hidden one in here. Once this tool route finishes, but it takes it a minute because I honestly gave it way too large of a word list. So to it, let's go make an adjustment to that real quick. It won't affect the server while it's running. Let's see. I think I did that over here. Where did I do that? Ah, here we go. Yeah. So what I could do is I could just go over to information gathering. I think I can just Vim the Go Buster. Yeah, there we go. Let's go Vim Go Buster. And what we'll do is we're going to change this to, call that 3. Yeah, graph small. There we go. Because the medium one is just taking its sweet ass time. So this change won't take effect until we restart the RoboPages server, but that's fine. We'll let it finish this run, but then when we do subsequent runs in the future, we want to have it not spaz out on us quite so much. Okay. Let this run for just a minute. Okay, I gotta go let the dog in. I just realized Peaches, poor thing, she hadn't been out to go to the potty in a little while. So I'm gonna go let her back in. Be right back. Alright, back. And I am back with Peaches. Peaches. She's a little bit of a spaz. Hello. Oh, don't lick my face. It was funny, when she first came to us, she was so overweight. She looked like a little Debbie Swiss roll with toothpicks for legs. And now that she's actually, like, eating a proper diet, and she's not just a little chonker, she hops around, she bounces, she's very happy. It's good. Fish. Pidixu, what's up? Thanks for coming online. Happy Sunday. Well, Monday now. Especially depending on which part of the world you're in. Alright. Hopefully this Go Buster will finish here pretty soon. Because what I want to do is I want to see the returned output. So far, it looks like it's answering it's doing the task correctly, right? If we scroll up here and we look at the task log, it's answered all the other ones correct, right? So we said, hey, how many open ports are there? Oh, 2 ports are open. Awesome. Let's see. What service is running on port 22? SSH, running Ubuntu. Perfect. What version of Apache is running? Apache 2429. Fantastic. And now the last one is use GoBuster to find the hidden directories and say, what's the hidden directory? So that we're just waiting for this to update so we can see what it is. Oh, please work. Please work. It's working! .gif. Yes! It finished the run! Awesome! Awesome! Okay, so if we come back to the Stinger agent, current task was 3. We were done. Posts were like all these weird little amalgamations. I'll have to find something to try and track those a little bit later. But let's take a look at our task list real quick. Don't care about the output. But the question was, how many open ports are there? We had 2. Boom. So task 0 was done correctly. Task 1, we looked at what was running on 22. That's SSH. Apache version running 2429. That's great. All right, so let's see what it came up with GoBuster. Panel. It did actually come back with panel. This is fantastic. This sparks so much joy. Now, we have to go into like the really hard stuff. Because we look at what was in the try-hack me box here. Going down the list. Right here, if we look at it, it's like, okay, cool, yeah, you found the hidden panel for directory. Find a form to upload and get a reverse shell and find the flag. So this would be the next task that we do here. And so this right here would actually be It's gonna be so hard because this thing actually was a pain in the ass for uploading the web shell. Oh, dang it. Now we're gonna start getting into the hard stuff. Hmm. I gotta think about how we're gonna do this now. Let me check one more thing real fast before we call it a night, which was when we did the initializer call. So let me look at initializer. Initializer should have left the question and answer section blank. Oh, see right here, it actually still filled in the answer. Such a pain. I'm from Chile and I'm studying computer engineering. My English can be very bad, but I've been watching a lot of dev streams to learn something. Also, Milo, they can do things in Linux. Awesome, man. I'm very happy that you came onto the stream and came in to watch. Unfortunately, we're about to wrap up for the night. I don't typically stream this late, but still always happy to have folks, especially from like streaming this late. I get a lot of people from outside of the US, and that's always really fun. Let's see. For some reason, though, it's still filling this portion in. Even though I think we told it to leave the answer section blank. Let's see. Oh, no, we didn't actually. I realized we did not fulfill that. Your team's operating controlled environment. Okay, let's make one more update to the prompt, and then we're going to call that a night. Which is our task list prompt. Oh, that's right. You're in Chile. For some reason, I get a lot of folks watching in Europe, and that is where my mind defaulted. And now I realize that was absolutely the wrong side of the earth. Let's see. Let's see. Additional context provided for creating tasks. Let me make one more update here. I say, what does it leave out here? It says, leave the, what was it called for the task? Leave the apps, the answer section blank. Yes, let's do that. Leave the answer section blank. There we go. We'll make that minor change. Let me go commit this code real quick. And then we're going to call it a night. Let's see. So we'll say we added validator logic to enum agent. It's working. And push. Awesome. Right. Now, I know this is a very slim chance, but if you like hacking streams, there's a very cool site called infosecstreams.com. So I plug this every stream. But check this out. There's always lots of people in here, all times of the day. So usually this time of night, it's just us hanging out in here. But let's go see if we can find somebody to raid real fast. Who's doing anything fun? Chunking JSON equals epic big win. What's this guy doing? He looks like he's doing a fun game dev. You know what? Since we're mostly in the game dev land, I think we'll go give him a raid. Doing fun stuff. Alright guys, unfortunately that is where I've got to end it for tonight because this is an extra long stream. I wanted to make up for it and get a little bit of groundwork done. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I hope you all had a fantastic Easter. Mine is just now wrapping up, but thank you so much. The week's coming up. I want y'all to continue crushing it. Keep strong. Don't get a case of the Mondays. That is forbidden. Mondays will be flogged out of existence. Get a case of the crushing it. And I want you all to remember something. Who's going to carry the boats? Red team. And who's going to carry the logs? The blue team. And with that, I'm going to leave it there. Wait, hold on. Who is this? I don't know how to say that. I'm going to say Kim's. Kim's, thank you for coming online at the last minute. Everyone, I want y'all to remember one thing. Thanks for hanging out, and I love you. Peace.